welcome to Chile Hotel, the venue of the media engagement workshop on the universal health coverage, organized by the Universal Health Coverage 2023 Forum, with financial support from the Secretariat of the Nigerian Governors Forum. Before we proceed, may we stand for the second stanza of the national anthem, please. So after the count of three, we'll start 1, 2, 3. Oh God of creation, that noble cause, guide our leaders right, ever youth and truth to know, in love and honesty to grow, and live with just and true. Great lofty I attain to build a nation where peace and justice sharing. Thank you very much. May we have our seat, please. So once again, on behalf of the UAC 2023 Forum, I'm very delighted to welcome you to this historic occasion where the various stakeholders want to interact with the media to ensure that we're able to put health on the political agenda, especially ahead of the 2023 election, as we want to take advantage of the policy reset window that will be created by the forthcoming election to ensure that the issue of our health is accorded the necessary political attention. So thank you very much. We hope this is going to be a very interactive section. It's going to be a beginning of an enduring relationship with our erudite media practitioners in the house. So I'll be co-anchoring with my colleague Oye over there and Solomon. So let me use this opportunity. We are going to introduce ourselves, but use this opportunity to introduce a very senior members in the area of health policy advocacy in Nigeria. So the pleasure is mine to introduce the father in the house, a professor emeritus, and a leader of a very big and expanding indigenous organization in Nigeria, and the chair of the health advocates, who has done a very great job in terms of transforming health system landscape in Nigeria. The pleasure is mine to welcome Professor Oladapo Ladipo. You are welcome, Prof. Seated very close to him Prof has handed the baton to another erudite leader in the house in the health policy space, Honorable Mohammed Usman. You are welcome, sir. And then we have a representative of our donor organization as well. United States Agency for International Development has done very well in terms of supporting health system transformation in Nigeria. So we have the honor of recognizing Peter Hegner, who is the Domestic Resource Mobilization Advisor at USAID. Peter, you're welcome. Then I was just told that the NUJ president, journalists is a very important segment of our community. And if you want to be heard, you have to be a good friend of the journalist. And the journalists play a very major role in shaping the opinion in terms of how people think, what they prioritize, what they think is good, and what they think is bad as well. So we have the NUJ president in the house. So we would like to recognize Chris Izugazo. Please, sorry if I massacred the name. Somebody has a very, very bad handwriting. That's why it's confusing me. So, sir, you are welcome. Please, can you stand for recognition, sir? And again, somebody that I would like to recognize before we do the general recognition, somebody that has done very, very well in the area of mobilizing the media, the civil society, and advocates towards health reform in Nigeria. She's a journalist herself. She has put more than half a century in the job, doing a great job from state level to national level to international level. And she established a platform for bringing media together in the public health. And she's the chair of the UAC 2023 forum. Please, Chief Mrs. Mojuma Kajuola, please can you stand up for recognition? Yeah, so we'd like to, the rest of us to please quickly introduce ourselves. Let's mention our name and our affiliation, and maybe a line with regards to our expectation from this forum. Can we start from there? So somebody can help me with the microphone, if you don't mind. Your name, your affiliation, and your...
Good morning, everybody. My name is Hadiza Bakari. I'm a volunteer from the ISMPH. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Joseph Idong, and I work with News Central Television.
You are not telling your expectations from this forum.
Just a wrap up. My expectation for this forum is to understand vividly what the UHMC is all about and how it will help in delivering the quack health system we have in the country. Thank you.
Great. We'll give you an overdose of that.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Blessing Edidion. I report for Development Nigeria Television, and my expectation is to understand what UHC is all about.
Great, thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Jonathan Yisa from the Center for Accountability and Inclusive Development. The expectation this morning is that by the time I'm leaving, I hope that my capacity to engage when it comes to the conversation around UHC is strengthened. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sekina Sanusi. I work with the UHC 2023 Forum Secretariat. Thank you. Okay. It's my expectation that the media are well educated on what our struggle towards achieving universal health coverage comes 2023, putting it in the front of the political banner. So it's my expectation that today we'll all come together and build a force towards ensuring that UHC 2023, towards ensuring that universal health coverage is eventually achieved in Nigeria with the sole cooperation of the media. Thank you.
So good morning, everyone. I'm Favor Monopole from DJI Consult. So my expectation from the workshop today is to have more enlightenment on the role of the media on pushing UHC 2023 in Nigeria and promoting it on the political front banner this year. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ndidi Chukwu Odo. I know what UHC is, but what I want to know now is Nigeria's progress, what we are going to take out of this meeting, and a new insight as to what the media need to start doing to improve whatever challenges we are having at the moment.
Good morning, everyone. I am Anaba Allison. I am a filmmaker representing Higher Ground Production and Northern Filmmakers Association of Nigeria. My expectation is to really know the peculiarity of health challenge in Nigeria and see how we can tackle it from the movie part of it.
Good morning, everyone. I am Ojoma Ako. Health Editor, Daily Trust. My expectations for this workshop is more insights on how the media can put UHC on the front burner, especially harnessing this political season.
I'm Inelu Atilola from DJI Consult. My expectation by the end of this workshop is to know more on the impacts on how media can impact political leaders towards improving health in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Lucky Ubewa Isawode, News Editor, Channels Television. And my expectation is to go back with something new so that when reporters bring stories concerning UHC, I'll know how to deal with it in a better way.
Good morning, all. My name is Bukola Afeni. I write for Newsday Online. My expectation is to learn on how to write more about UHC. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Dr. Kasi Ajay, public health physician affiliated with DJI Consult. I had a discussion with Dr. Gafar last week, and I said, you don't give what you don't have. It's what you have that you give. So the media has not been able to portray the health or the health system to the public appropriately. So I hope this symposium will be able to give us the enlightenment that we need, especially to help the media to understand more about the health coverage and how to also pass the message across to the public. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I've been Ilya introduced. My name is Peter Gena. I work for ID. For me, my expectation here today is to see how we can actually harness the power of the media to push forward the health agenda. Let me not start preaching, something that we've been talking about for quite some time. And I'm happy to see that it's happening today. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sunday Oyinloye. I publish a Green Savannah Diplomatic Cable. At the end of this workshop, I hope to be a better journalist in the area of health. That's my expectation.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Amaka Ude Walker. I'm a senior correspondent from Arise TV. My expectation today really is simple, how we can actually take advantage of this opportunity that the next election actually presents to decide who becomes our next leader, to understand that a healthy population, without it, we're nowhere. So how we can really take advantage of that and hold them accountable when they're elected.
Good morning. My name is Yeche Nusasetsu. I work with KISFM, and I expect that today I find innovative ways on how to engage politicians to make UHC and health generally a priority.
Thank you. Let me go to the other side. Just came in.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Khadija Hamid Boboy. I'm the AHBN Vaccines and Essential Drugs Associate. My expectation for today is quite simple, just to see how we can all leverage, media included, on how to come up with strategies to influence the policymakers. So yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, sir.
So thank you very much, all. Listening to your expectations as if we actually interacted with you while designing this workshop to set the objectives. I'm very, very happy we are perfectly on the same page in terms of expectation. Later on, my colleague will be sharing the objectives, which are perfectly aligned what we want to achieve. But let me quickly share a couple of things. So in the last 2-3 weeks, some of us appear on televisions to propagate the message of universal health coverage. And the feedback I was getting from the people that watch it is that how come the anchors of the program are not really asking questions about the real issues with the health sector in Nigeria. I said, okay, they tried their best. Probably maybe their best wasn't good enough, but you know what? You have to deepen somebody's knowledge before you expect much from him. And to be able to shift the paradigm, that's why we're having this workshop, so that the media were able to deepen their knowledge in the policy issues, and the media is able to interrogate what is happening as well, so that collectively we become a partner in progress on this. On this note, let me hand over to my colleague, Oye, to continue the rest of the anchoring. All right.
Thank you, Dr. Gafar. Let's clap for him. Let's appreciate him. Remarks. Of course, there's a rallying force that actually brought us here. So I'm going to be calling her for the goodwill message. Chief Mrs. Moji Makonjola, the chair UHC 2023 forum. Please, let's appreciate her as she comes.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. But I'd like to put on record special recognition for very important persons that have given me the strength, the oil, the petrol, the diesel that is important for me to be able to speak to you. If I was called to this podium 30 minutes back, I probably won't be able to say anything because I had my heart on my tongue. So for preambles, I'd like to most heartily welcome the chair of the National Advocates for Health in Nigeria, Honorable Usman. You're welcome, my brother. Thank you for this support. When we started the discussion for this workshop, we needed to speak to the man who holds the reins for every working, certified, registered journalist in Nigeria. You recall that we had a date, then we had to shift the date because of the many pulls and push in his life. And yesterday, I got the shock of my life. At about 5, he called and said, "Are we still doing this thing tomorrow?" I'm like, "My president, what happened?" The president of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, who honored me, who came to my office, and we decided on the date. Apparently, there was a glitch in getting his, to remind him about today. But the commitment that he showed and called me and still came today, because when he walked in was when I started breathing. I stopped breathing a long time back. But when he came in, so the petrol came alive, the gas came alive. And so I just want to welcome him in a very special way. And please apologize. There are human things that happen. And for us on this forum, we don't want to say no when there should be a yes. So please accept my apology. And the dreams and aspirations that you've shared with me concerning your reign will come to be in Jesus' mighty name. There's my father and I decided to leave him for the last, because in Yoruba land, the biggest masquerade comes out last. For all the years that I reported health, and that's like putting it into 3 decades, although Dr. Gafar would also, want all of you to know that I'm a grandmother, because he would say to me, he was watching me since he was in school, I have watched and have integrated with these colossus of health in Nigeria. Outside the fact that he's an academician of repute, he's also a human doctor. That's what I call him. And in my memoirs, if I must let you know, that's the name I gave you, my human doctor. Please celebrate Professor Oladapo Ladipo with me. Why I needed to put him at the bottom of my introduction is that he was one of the best that happened to me. Happened to me in such a way that I could rely on him on any subject in health. He takes me to the classroom every time. does the analysis. I just do the writing, and thank God for television. I give him those nice, track ups. Even, and I go back to him even on things that I don't understand. Sir, I celebrate you. Eshe, sir, thank you so very much. When the dreams to start UHC 2023 came alive, the first person I called is my brother, my younger brother, Dr. Gafar Alawode. I called him and I said, listen, we have a lot of things going on, but we need to push for health. 2023 is here. He said, yes, that's what other people have done. Oh, yes, we have these partners. They are in England, the Chatham House. Journalists, I want you to go and read about the Chatham House, what they have been able to do in changing the course of policy development and policy implementation around the world. And honestly, they came on board. And proudly, we have a Nigerian there. But we have a Rob that has been robbing us with the essence of every ingredient that we need to know internationally. And I hope that he will be able to join us later today. He usually does, and I hope that he will do. So, speaking about journalism, another brother just walked in. He's a guru, and he's also interested in health. He's the chair of all the Guild of Editors from Abuja to everywhere in the northern part of Nigeria. Please welcome my brother, Yusuf Ali. Now the gas is working, so let me read my script. Okay, so I welcome all of us. I particularly would like to welcome all the health correspondents here, public health practitioners that are here, doctors, and more than anything else, I want to particularly thank the volunteers. We have some volunteers here who came on their own to be part of this. I have what I call a media cell that works with us on all the media issues that we need to push out. I want to salute them. Some of them are here, some of them are on their way. We hope that as they come, we'll have a robust conversation. I wasn't going to read anything out because I wanted us to hear more from the journalists themselves. So when we get to that level, we'll hear from them. But for now, let me heartily welcome all of us here today as we continue in our collective and deliberate efforts to punch the health agenda forward. Since our first outing, that is the UHC 2023, in December 16, 2021, we have continued to build stronger blocks of like minds who believe in our approach to ensure that coverage. Today's engagement with the media is to catalyze the role of the media in health agenda that will for improved healthcare using the most effective platform that man ever invented and created, the media. As a country and as a people, we are seeing huge gaps in the health sector, not only in service delivery, but in policy implementation. Research publication of Lancet, Nigeria Commission, and other findings and research expressly speaks to the fact that as a nation, we need to start doing things differently, and as media practitioners too. Different, such as giving health the political engine it needs to drive for sustainable improvement, create demand, ensure accountability and efficiency use of available resources. And I emphasize that available resources. We as journalists, do we really ask? Every year they have budget. Have we ever gone back to ask or to even investigate how did you use what you have? What they keep saying, there are gaps in funding. Have we ever asked, even the ones you have, what do you do with it? These are some of the conversations today that I hope that we'll be able to address. Therefore, our mission as UHC 2023 forum, one, is to define our vision. What does health looks like? Areas of strategic shift. How do we do things differently? Even as journalists, How do we write differently? What are the things? Who are the resource persons that we need to identify and speak to make a change? So we are going to be looking at the universal health coverage, the primary health care, demographic dividend, health financing and human resource management. What are we doing? What are we speaking loud enough for the brain drain that we witness every year? Higher level of care and health security. And I dare say health security has become an imperative, and how we are addressing it. Do we even understand when we talk to health security? Enforcing regulations that will promote high level of professionalism. This is our drive, pushing health to the front burner of national development, taking an advantage of the political climate as we prepare for 2023. Yes, the primaries are over. We have the presidential candidates. Are we going to speak to them? How are we going to influence so that when they have the presidential debates, health will not be an afterthought? It will be central in what they are planning, in their manifesto. What kind of noise do we need to make as journalists? And I can assure you that we can win that war. In recent times in this country, when we have presidential debates, health is never heard of. Nobody speaks to health as a development investment. They see it as an afterthought. How do we change the paradigm? How do we change this conversation? So, a lot of work for us to do. I therefore welcome you to a very robust conversation as we deliberate and articulate not only commitment to improving health, but putting health in the front burner, because ill health or anything that disturbs it has no barrier, class, tribe, age, political parties. It doesn't matter where you belong. All we need and we should ask for is a healthy herd of Nigerians that will push and fast track the Nigeria of our dreams and aspirations. Thank you for listening and welcome.
Let's clap for her one more time. A round of applause. Thank you so very much, Ma. Putting health on the front burner. Okay, we move straight to the next item, which will be goodwill messages. We're going to be having goodwill messages from our partners, donors, CSOs. So I'll be calling our father, Professor Oladapo Ladipo, for his goodwill message. Let's welcome him to the stage. Let's clap, let's clap.
The convener of this very important workshop, Chief Mrs. Moji Makanjuola. And she may not know why she's so close to me. It's not just because of her professionalism and her immense contribution to the health discourse. Her first name, Moji, is that of my very precious sister. So that's struck a bell the moment I was introduced to her. And then Makanjuola, the name of a very good childhood friend of mine. So that combination for me reminds me of my sister and my bosom friend every time you mention her name. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here for this workshop. And when I got the invitation, I had to cancel 2 other engagements this morning. And the reason is because I felt that the media has not been fully engaged in the health discourse. We cannot achieve much or change the health policy in Nigeria without the health community. The simple reason is that you're a privileged group of professionals who have the skills and the wherewithal to influence policy and policy implementation just by the nature of your work. Health is wealth, and it is a development investment. Why do we say so? A healthy nation is a wealthy nation. A healthy person will be more productive, will be physically and mentally healthy, to be innovative, and also to create opportunities for development. There is no nation that can develop or grow without a healthy population. A nation that has chronically sick people cannot develop. And this has been proven time and time again. Only last week or so, the Commonwealth group of ministers and prime ministers met in Rwanda. I hope our president came back with good information, or those that accompany him to Rwanda. Rwanda's success story is not without the effort of the president putting health in the front burner as a priority. Health should be regarded a priority. Currently, health is not a priority of the Nigerian government. And in many ways, they have demonstrated that. The country has invested a lot in infrastructural development over decades. I think likely because they were ill-advised by some donors. That was realized about 3 or 4 years ago in Indonesia at the conference, that there has to be a change of focus. Capital investment in people. And I think we should take it seriously. The events of the last 2 days or so is not a pleasant one. And there's no reason for it at all. That a highly regarded professor of law, a top member of the governing body of this nation, had to be arrested in London and locked up, and is still locked up today for a procedure that could have been done in this country. There are skilled personnel who can do kidney transplant in this country. There are more than 1 centers in both public and private centers. I recall about a few months back, a very good friend of mine who was sick that needed heart surgery. A doctor in Canada identified one of the surgeons, a Nigerian, somebody that we trained in this country, to come to a private hospital in Lagos to do the cardiac surgery. And today, I'm proud that the lady is walking around, ill and healthy. So it is doable. My heart bleeds most of the time when I see what is happening, because I've known the healthcare system here since 1966, when I came home from England as a medical student. And I can draw the graph. It's a downward trend, regrettably. The media can help us to reverse that. By ensuring that every political party regards health a priority, and they give it the due allocation. There are several other things that we will discuss during this meeting: human capital, infrastructural needs, health workers emigrating to greener pastures. Why? And also, why is the allocated resources not utilized? Some of you may be aware that the first tranche of the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund was not fully utilized. You need to find out why. I'm sure at the end of today, we shall emerge better informed. What I would love to see today, Chief Makanjuola, is that the proprietors of our newspapers are here. Proprietors of the media houses should be here, because they influence what to do and what to publish. They influence what you do and publish and allocate resources that you need. Investigative journalism is not cheap, so they need to give appropriate funds to enable you to do that correctly. I'd like to see in the next week or so, the paper publishing front page, renal transplant in Nigeria, situation reports. And it should be in the front page because reporting on health also has suffered a great deal by being not located in the front page or the second page. I've noted this over the years and I always complain. When we have conferences, major conferences, you now see your report in page 11 or 12 in one small corner. No. Should always be in the front page. If you prioritize health, you must put it in the front page. As an obstetrician, again, let me go back to my profession. There is none of us here that is not born by a woman, and may help you to understand why I prioritize health. There is no he without a she. There is no he without a she. Therefore, the priority to the new parties must be security first, S, health, H, E, education. Those three should be the priority of any party that you should vote for. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. A round of applause for Prof. Wow, are we tired already? Okay, so there's no E without a she, and then the she should be one. What is one? The second one, and then the third one, she. So that it has made our work very simple. Okay, so as we go further in the goodwill message, I will call on, for the online participants, we have not forgotten you. We know you are there. We are so sorry. So kindly introduce yourself and put it on the chat box. Okay, your name, your organization, and your expectation for this meeting. Okay, so we'll call on the NUJ president, Mr. Chris. I don't want to call the second one. He will tell us. Welcome to the stage, sir. Please, a round of applause for Mr.
Thank you very much, the moderator. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, not forgetting the erudite professor who just addressed us, and the convener of this meeting, Chief Mrs. Moji Makanjuola, my very distinguished colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. And when I sat down there and scanned through the program, and I didn't see my name anywhere, I said, okay, I heaved a sigh of relief that I have no role to play. But alas, I'm here. So I'm so pleased to once again be part of this engagement. I recall some time ago, we were here on this same issue. But the difference this time around is that this one is a media engagement, which is slightly different from the last meeting we held here, either this hall or the one downstairs. I'm happy that the convener had thought it necessary that a particular meeting be organized with media in focus. because the media is a strategic stakeholder in the Nigerian project, not just the Nigerian project, globally. And there's no way you can be having this kind of engagement and you don't get the media fully involved and you expect a good results. We must begin to change our mindset. We must begin to change our thinking. Otherwise, we'll continue to recycle our experiences. And that's why the media becomes very, very strategic. Today, we are talking about the health sector. The last time we met, parties were still battling with primary elections, how to select candidates for different political positions. The president, the governors, National Assembly members, the State Assembly members, and all that. But today, we have all of them. Maybe the next 1 month or so, substitution would have been complete. Then we'll know who is who. But now we know the primary candidates. The secondary candidates are not known. But what that means is that those that will eventually become the key policy drivers, policy makers, are known. And if you are taking time to look through their campaigns in the build up to the primary election, nobody took time to talk about health. Nobody talked about that. You look at the posters, the billboards, nobody's talking about health. Whereas this is a very strategic sector. I guess that's why we are here today. Because as agenda setters, we must begin to draw the attention of policymakers to the importance of a working health sector. When Prof was speaking, he made reference to what has happened, the slap on our face most recently. We are probably not talking about it because we don't understand the implication of that incident on Nigeria as a nation, as a sovereign nation. We don't understand it. That somebody has been locked up on account of a procedure that ordinarily would have taken place here. It speaks volumes. It speaks volumes. It's not about the person involved. It's about the issue itself, the subject of discourse. It simply means our healthcare delivery system is near zero. Let's recall what happened during at the peak of the coronavirus pandemic. We started building makeshift hospitals, facilities across states to be able to accommodate the number of people that we are getting the disease. And at some point, I recall the Secretary to Government of the Federation lamented that he didn't know that this thing was this bad, even though he somehow said he was misquoted later on. He didn't know it was that bad. And that's to tell you how bad the situation is. Today, if you go to our front pages, go to the national dailies, pick them, they are discussing politics. They are discussing somebody's running mate. They are discussing about one thing or the other, but they are not discussing the critical issues. Prof talked about security, health, education. We are not talking about that. Several years after independence, we still have children studying under the trees. The other day, a group of students had to stop their teachers from gaining access to the classroom because they didn't have seats. They said, no, you are not entering here today. Several years after independence. These are issues that most countries no longer discuss. They no longer talk about healthcare delivery. They are not talking about education because they've gone beyond that. They are not talking about security because they've gone beyond that. Today, we are still grappling with these issues, and that's a huge challenge. Today, we are here. I've read the objectives of this meeting. The key issue there is that we've come to broaden our knowledge. Because when you are not informed, you are not going to have capacity to inform others. I listened carefully to expectations from our colleagues while you are introducing yourselves. And some people said that, let me even understand what it means. That's a very good one. By the time we are done with this meeting and the person is able to understand what healthcare delivery means, what UHC means, universal health coverage, what it means, this meeting would have achieved its objective. What it means is that by the time you get home and you're writing, you will be writing from the standpoint of knowledge. We must begin to draw attention of policymakers. Like Prof said, there's no way you are going to build a wealthy nation that is filled with a populace that is not healthy. Health is wealth. We must be healthy before we talk about being wealthy. And that's it. We must be healthy because before we start building other sectors. That's the truth. Today, I recall during the primary, the key issue that came out at some point was that a nation that is shaking is about being handed over to certain things. And people are making caricature of that. But the point was made. It simply means you've got to have a healthy leader to be able to build a healthy nation. Health is strategic. So let's begin to highlight them. When we pick the newspapers, let's talk about health. The last time we met here, I said it. Maybe I'll have to repeat it. Today you have headache, you are taken to the teaching hospital. You have malaria, you are taken to teaching hospital. In fact, you run there, whereas those places are supposed to be referral centers. You refer yourself. Why is it like that? Because the primary healthcare delivery system has collapsed. That's why you no longer have working healthcare centers, primary healthcare centers in our communities. Why is it like that? Because the secondary healthcare delivery system has collapsed. The general hospitals are no longer working in our states, in our local government areas. That's why everybody now runs to Federal Medical Center. That's why people now run to National Hospital. That's why people now go to teaching hospitals. If you go there, you no longer have bed spaces because most of the people there are supposed to be at the primary healthcare centers. Most of the people there are supposed to be at the general hospitals. But because those ones are not working, that's why those places are overpopulated. So we must begin to highlight them. That's why this meeting becomes important. Well, like Prof said, it would have been nicer if we had, some even media owners taking part in this kind of engagement. I'm so happy that our senior colleague Yusuf Ali is able to make it to this meeting. It's a very good one. But we need to get our people, let them really understand. Let's go beyond politics. Let's get beyond politics. Who is running mates? Who is which parties are going to merge? And we're leaving the key issues undiscussed. Well, I believe that by the time we are done here, I will be better equipped because the organizers have assembled good hands that will take us through and prepare us, equip us, empower us, so that by the time we go there, we'll be able to make it clear to the rest of the world that this is where we are supposed to be, but we are not there. So once more, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to join the convener in welcoming all of us to this meeting. I believe it will be robust. All of us, it's going to be interactive also, so that we'll ask questions where necessary. And by the time we are done, we'll be happier that we made it to this engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And it's very clear. Health sector is a strategic sector. Once we get it right in the health, every other sector will be taken care of. Okay, for his goodwill message, I'll be calling on the USAID Domestic Resource Mobilization Advisor, Mr. Peter Egner. Your goodwill message. Let's clap for him as he comes to the.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Peter Egner. I'm representing the USAID. My organization is particularly at the forefront of pushing for the health agenda in Nigeria. We're involved in the general health and also, of course, HIV and AIDS. And for us, the UHC Summit, the one that was held sometime last year, we were fully involved, we participated fully, and we're very, very happy that we are making progress. This opportunity of the coming election is an opportunity we cannot allow to pass. Something new is actually happening in Nigeria. This level of awareness wasn't there in 2015. We didn't see this in 2019. We didn't see it much, much more earlier. But we are beginning to galvanize a set of people to begin to take their rights into their hand, to begin to demand that our governments are accountable, and to begin to see that without the human beings, the hospitals that you are building, where of course you don't even have people that are going to man them in the first place, or the roads that everybody is showcasing, which are supposed to be for human beings, if the human beings are not healthy, they are just a waste of resources. So it's time for us to begin to galvanize everybody, the civil society, of course, the gentlemen and ladies of the press here, who are mostly a strong instrument of advocacy worldwide, to begin to push the health agenda forward. And of course, begin to galvanize the political class and see how we can hold them accountable. Some years back in Ghana, when they introduced the health insurance tax, when the president there introduced it, it was like the other class, the other parties were laughing. They was like, this is not going to work. But by the time they saw what they could do with that extra surcharge, they added 2.5% to their VAT, and they placed it purely for health. And then people begin to see the impact on the society. Today, now you dare not talk about toying with that aspect of the health of the Ghanaians. And Ghana is one of the West African countries that's actually making a lot of strides because they've been actually be able to put their acts together. We want to see similar things happening in Nigeria. Of course, the donor community, of which I represent, we've been doing a lot. We pour in a lot of resources, both man and financial, to see that the health indexes of Nigeria gets better. But we also need to see Nigerians beginning to bring this into the forefront and to begin to hold our political class accountable. So with all this said, and with all the previous thought from all my senior colleagues here and other members of this high table present today, I think we expect that at the end of today, we have a much more robust press action to begin to push forward this health agenda. Thank you very much.
Health must be put at the front burner. It's everybody's business. All hands must be on deck. So we call on Honorable Usman, the chair of the National Advocate for Health, to give his goodwill. A round of applause for him as he comes.
Good morning, all. Permit me to stand on the protocol already established. What needs to be said has been said by the previous speakers. The convener, Chief Moji, has said it. Prof has anchored, hammered on it. And the president, NUJ, has rehammered it. The only thing I would say is that a lot of us honestly have failed the nation in terms of considering and putting health on the political agenda where it should be. And the beauty of life is that some of these mistakes, we pay for it at one point or the other. If we are not affected directly, somebody close to us is usually affected. And we have seen that. And it's sad. I recall a president who was campaigning, and in the process, he failed. He was flown abroad. He was returned. One way or the other, as he commenced work, he fell ill. He was taken abroad, and he was brought back almost a dead person. We've seen the situation of, I don't want to make names so that I don't get arrested, whereby our current political leaders have been going out for one treatment or the other. You all know what I'm saying. We have seen the situation where even our current aspirants are already going out for one thing or the other. So this is a picture of a total failure, a total collapse of our health system. So what should we do as we are approaching 2023? Everybody, all of us, we must change our attitude. The media should really know and begin to also do things differently. You all, to a certain extent, understand the concept, why health is important. We must ensure that all the leaders coming in have a program on health. And I always wonder, is it impossible, for instance, that in Nigeria, we cannot have in each geopolitical zone, we cannot have a first-class teaching hospital? Is that impossible? Two, is it impossible that in the states, in each local government, you cannot have a state hospital that is functional? Is it impossible that in the 770 something local government that we have, we cannot have a one functional primary healthcare center, whereby when you have health challenge, at least you should be able to get attention at each of this level, whether at local government, state, or the federal level. And I think this is what we need to do. If we are contesting for presidency, we want the next president to tell Nigerians what is he going to do in that level. At the level of the state government, they should. And I believe we should hold them accountable. We hear of this situation whereby, like Chief Moji, you see, said, we know that the amount budgeted is not really enough. But even the one budgeted, what happened to it? It's been looted at the end of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, we must all change this narrative. We must change it. We must push it. We must hammer, call on the political class, you see, to do things differently. People should be voted into office based on what they can really offer. Already now, we should express the view that we are not happy that nobody is talking of health on the agenda. On this note, I want to thank each and every one of you for attending, and we sincerely hope we're going to have a very fruitful deliberation.
Thank you, sir. Wow. Let's clap for it. So from what Honorable Usman said, that even the citizens of Nigeria has failed Nigeria by not holding power, by not holding the people in power accountable. So everybody's business. We must hold our leaders accountable. Last but not the least, to give his goodwill, is the Bureau Chief of the Nations, the head of Nigerian Guild of Editors for the Northern Zone, Mr. Yusuf Ali, to give his goodwill message. Please, let's clap for him as he comes forward.
I want to stand on existing protocol, but I still want to give honor to whom honor is due. Professor Oladapo Ladipo. Thanks a lot for giving us a food for thought today. And you are the right person to talk to us, because you returned from the medical school in 1966. I was barely 4 years old. And you will take a census of everyone here. I think less than 10 or 12 of us could say a few things about the 60s. Probably most of us here were not yet born that time. So in those days, Nigerian Broadcasting Service used to say, the words of our elders are words of wisdom. So you have set the tone, and I want to key into it. I want to appeal to my colleagues, but before then, I have 3 instances to give to support Professor Ladipo. A few hours ago, the Chief Justice of Nigeria resigned his appointment, and he cited health reasons because of ill health. Actually, in the last few months, he's been suffering from dementia, and he could no longer cope. He resigned his appointment. About 2 weeks ago, I lost my mother-in-law, and I took her to one of the teaching hospitals I had faith in, University of Ilorin Teaching Hospital. And I want my colleagues, let us be challenged, please. Throughout our stay for 1.5 weeks, there was always power supply for 2 hours in a teaching hospital. The first day we took her there, she was admitted at the emergency unit. And the emergency unit could pass for a manager, no facilities. Then we had to take her to the ward. There was no wheelchair available for a dying soul. There and then, I knew we were going to lose her. 3 days after she was on hospital bed, she managed to talk that she wanted to bath. We had to go and buy water, hot water, at 300 naira per flask.
You go there with a flask, you pay 300, and somebody somewhere opposite the teaching hospital was selling hot water. So you can imagine, that's just an instance. We have a lot to do. If the CJN, he had been to Dubai, he had been to different countries to tender to his health. Or if we had fixed, if we had got it right, will anybody have traveled? In those days, UCH was a center of excellence. People were coming from abroad. In those days, the Baptist missionary invested so much in it, such their hospitals were centers of excellence. So where did we get it wrong? My dear colleagues, I will not repeat what others have said, but let us pay attention to health issues. The campaign period is coming. Let us task our leaders. We have only 4 areas to focus on: policies, infrastructural decay, behaviors, health behaviors, and health perceptions. Please, the more we cover the health sector in a robust manner, the more we are saving our own lives. Or it can be anybody's turn. And we've got to do things differently in this country. We are all at risk, very, very serious risk. Please, let us focus on health reporting. It's in everybody's interest. Is there anyone here who does not get sick? There is none. We just pray that we will not undergo terminal challenge. If one of our leaders could go to the UK and was arrested, was he not well informed? I knew of a member of the House of Representatives who had kidney challenge. And the transplant was done here in Abuja, Zenith Medical Center. But we don't have faith in ourselves. So that's why I'm even talking of health behaviors. Nigeria is one of the countries with high incidence of open defecation. So as we are talking about policy makers, policy executors, we also need to enlighten ourselves. In this age, open defecation, high maternal challenge. Please, I'm appealing, I'm calling on our colleagues, especially the young reporters who are here. The future is in your hands. Save this country. In the United States, during the campaign period, 3 things I always focus on. Health is always a major issue. Tax, everybody wants to know about tax. What am I paying next? And of course, plans, development plans. We should not focus on little things. We should challenge our leaders to fix our hospitals. We should challenge our leaders. We should ask them to cater for our health needs. I believe we are going to benefit from this session. Prof, you have paid your dues. You are still paying. We pray that God will give you long life so that you guide us right. We have young doctors who are also here, part of this session. We pray that they will not act like Andrews of those days. Doctors, please do not check out. Let us stay at home and fix the problem. Above all this, I believe there's a future for Nigeria. We should not give up. We have the human resources. The only thing we need is a good mindset. Thank you so much.
Wow. Thank you so very much for your goodwill message, sir. So, as we've known, health is very important. And one of the key things is said that we should focus even within health. Who can remember? Infrastructural decay, policies, health behavior, and then health perception. Okay, so I wanted to just check that you are actually listening. Okay, so I'll just read the objectives of this workshop. We go straight to business now. Number one, to deepen the knowledge of the media practitioners on the concept of UHC, the status of UHC in Nigeria, and the role of the media in bridging the gap. Number two is to acquaint the media practitioners with the contents of the Health Manifesto developed by the UHC 2023 Forum. The third one is to conduct a press conference on the activities of the UHC 2023 Forum. And then the fourth one is to develop a media action plan for engaging the policymakers, political parties, and the electorates with the content of the Health Manifesto. The last one is to chart a course of action that the Health Manifesto translates to improved healthcare access with financial protection for Nigeria. So those are the objectives. I'm sure your appetite is high for knowledge, and I'm sure we are going to make use of this knowledge as we go back. So to take us further, I'm going to call on my co-compare, Honorable Solomon. Please welcome him.
Thank you very much, Oye. Good morning once more. Before while we were talking, somebody came in. I'm going to bring him shortly, to give his own group message. But before then, I want to say, my colleagues, journalists, that yes, we can improve the health system in Nigeria. In 2018, something similar happened, but this time around, we were focused on nutrition. We advocated to those that won the primary elections, just like this season. But after the primary elections, we went around to some states and advocated to some governors from the different political parties. And I want to say that it yielded results. The advocacy that budget should be increased on nutrition, and it worked. So we can also do it. We can also go around, meet the different political parties, meet the candidates, not the aspirants this time around, advocate to them, talk to them about universal health coverage. And I'm sure that some of them, God is going to touch their hearts. I'm also a politician. My senior brother is here, Honorable Usman. We all know that at times God touches the heart of politicians. Not all, but at times. So I'm sure that God is going to touch their heart, and we will improve the health system in Nigeria. Now I will call somebody whom we have worked with, who has always been on the field and know how to talk to government officials, and is no any other person than the president of the Nigerian health journalists, Mr. Hassan Zegi. He has worked with us, and he has always been on the field. He has always worked for health. Mr. Hassan, I welcome you. Please come over and give you a good message.
Thank you very much. I think when bigger masquerades have already entered the floor, there's always no need for the smaller ones to enter the floor again, because the major dance has been showcased. Let me recognize
Dr. Professor Ladipo, I call him the father of Nigerian sector. He's a very good friend, very good father. Whenever we need any information, we run to him. Welcome, sir. Honorable Usman has been with us. I want to recognize you. Our president, thank you for seeing you here again today. Our very senior colleagues, our teacher, our mentor, Chief Moji, Mark Anjuela, now also one of us, a very respected senior colleague, Yusuf Ali. Ladies and gentlemen, my fellow colleagues, good morning. I want to just thank the organizers of this forum for again giving us the opportunity to learn. Let me recognize Dr. Gafar, our good friend. Today, Dr. Gafar, we are under your feet again to learn. And colleagues, I want to urge you to use this privilege to learn. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to go to the hospital. I had a health challenge. And I felt guilty when I entered the hospital yesterday, a general hospital in FCT. I mean, in FCT. I already programmed my activities. I said, okay, minus plus by 12, I must have left the hospital. But I was wrong. I got there some few minutes to 10, but I couldn't leave that hospital until after 2 o'clock. And something shocked me. The hospital was literally at a shutdown for close to 2 hours. You ask me why? That they are using this treatment where there are no more paperwork. They only use systems to interact. The network went down for close to 2 hours. Nothing could happen. And I was asking myself, what about those that are under emergencies? That doctors need to work on their files quickly. What will happen to them? So it dawned on me that as health journalists, we have a lot of work to do. In fact, when I went home yesterday, I couldn't sleep well. Let me remind us, colleagues, there are no cancer machines in our hospitals. There are no cancer machines. People have to be on queue for weeks and months before they could get care. Just imagine that. Our infant mortality is still unbearable. So as I leave the stage, let's think about this. And let's get angry about all these issues and make the front burner the next election. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hassan Zagi. Still on the Google messages, I will also want to invite one of our own. He's a health system specialist and then a member of this forum. In fact, a founding member of this forum, Dr. Mustafa Leki. He's online. I would like to invite him to give his own Google message. Dr. Mustafa Leki, are you with us?
Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to this very important meeting, coming at a very, very important time in this electoral process that we have already started. I think it's a good thing that this meeting is holding and we're speaking and having this workshop with people that really matters. Those are the people who are practitioners in the media. And the good thing for us now, where we are, I think worldwide, is that we have a unified message across the globe, which is also very important for Nigeria, universal healthcare coverage. which is at the center of the Sustainable Development Goals. So there's no equivocation as to what it is that we need to preach, what it is that we need to know. The issues are clearer, and there's uniformity around these issues. So it's very important that the media are brought along through these kinds of important workshops, so that the media are ready, they be incisive, they be interrogative, and they can also hold people to account on the importance of the messages that they have. We do not want to have a media that simply reports, he said this, he said that, or somebody made a speech, but we want a media that's analytical, that knows the issues, and can dive behind the side bites that politicians are more likely to use to obfuscate and confuse, the masses. So coming with this, the campaign now will soon start. If you follow the electoral timetable, the campaign will start sometime in October and run through February, just before the election. So we need to be ready, and the media should go into active searching for the manifestos of each of the political parties and interrogate this manifesto on the basis to the extent to which they are taking forward UHC as a health agenda for 2023. Interrogate this, pursue every manifesto, bring out realities from fantasies, and thereupon help to reshape and rephrase what should be the priorities for the health sector going forward. I'm very happy that we're having this. It's not too late for us to do it. We have enough time for the media to be ready, and they can count on us to provide, with better insights as to how to hold the politicians to account. And I hope that this will be a very fruitful workshop for all of us, and we look forward to actions on the ground. Thank you very much for the support to make these very brief remarks. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, sir. Well said. Please, colleagues, let's try, as we've been saying it, let's engage the politicians. This is the time to make promises. They will make promise, they will tell you, but then engage them after they've won. Again, to ask them about their promise. We are going in straight away into the technical sessions. I would like to invite my brother and a founding member of this group, Dr. Gafar Alawode, to speak to us on understanding the concept of UHC. You're welcome, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Solomon. So before I start the presentation, let me quickly take us through the structure of this workshop. So I'll be making a presentation on understanding the concept of UHC, after which our colleague from Chatham House, Rob Yates, will be speaking with us from London virtually on the UHC quest and the media, lessons from around the globe. And then we are going to have another presentation on the citizen-led agenda. Perhaps what we have not mentioned is that this forum has developed a citizen-led health agenda for us to engage the political class that articulate what the problems are and the area of strategic shift. Then we are going to break into the group work so that we'll be able to develop a sort of an action plan from each media houses, media representatives that are here, for us to articulate clearly how do we want to use various platforms to advance the cause of putting health on the political front burner. Then we are going to have a panel discussion, and then we'll round it off with a press conference. So that's the quick rundown of the structure of this workshop. So I'll be making a short presentation on the universal health coverage concept. I was very happy when we listened to the feedback in terms of expectation on this workshop, and nearly everybody that spoke, especially from the media practitioner, they identified the need to have a better understanding of what is the universal health coverage, what progress has Nigeria made, and what next. So that's the presentation we'll be having now. But to set the stage for that conversation, I want to find out from the various media practitioners that are in here. Of course, there is certain level of understanding already. So I'll be asking a couple of us to quickly tell us what is our own understanding of universal health coverage, so that we know the starting point, and at the end of the day, we know what to emphasize. So I'd like to invite like a couple of volunteers to quickly tell us this is my understanding of a universal health coverage. So thank you very much, Solomon. Any volunteer from the media, especially? Somebody says you don't volunteer, I'll volunteer you. Okay, you Shenu, yeah. So there's a volunteer, right? Okay. Can we tell the
Okay, so I understand that universal health coverage is me being able to access quality healthcare and not coming into poverty because of that. So I shouldn't go broke just because I'm trying to access healthcare.
Thank you.
So I'll just add that is the concept that all people, irrespective of class or social status or gender, whatever, should have access to quality service at all times without suffering any financial burden.
Okay.
Okay. I think I wanted to just say what she said. Is the ability of Nigerians to access healthcare wherever they need it and when they need it without any financial hardship.
Minimum financial hardship.
Any other person?
So thank you very much. I think some of us already have the foundation of universal health coverage. So we'll go through this outline. We'll look at what is it, how do we argue for it, what is linked between financing it and then the need for Nigerian universal health coverage. Stop. Next slide, please. So what all of us have said so far, so there are quite a number of elements. So the universal element is everybody, irrespective of the situation, whether male, female, poor, rich, able, disabled. And that is what we are talking about, the universal aspect of it. So we don't want a system that is designed for only the rich only the rich. And that is what is happening. The richer you are, the better access you have to healthcare. So we don't want that. And all sorts of services, not only curative services, preventive services, promotive services, all the services that we need, we should be able to have access to it. Somebody mentioned quality, very, very important. Is the elephant in the room when it comes to healthcare delivery. Are we producing quality healthcare? And then again, a very, very important element is the financial protection. It's not only good, it's not only about assessing the care. What are you should not be spending fortune because you just want to assess care. A lot of people have been pushed beyond poverty line just because they needed to pay for help. And if you have not been pushed to your poverty line directly, there are instances where your relatives here and there and everything, they are calling you, somebody wants to deliver, somebody has this sickness, somebody had that sickness, and we are paying out of pocket. And so those are the things we are talking about. The media, please pay attention. So those are the dimensions we are talking about. We want all Nigerians to be able to access all the health services they need of good quality without suffering financial hardship in accessing the care. That is in the simple term, that is what we want. So let's move on. And again, hello. If you look at that diagram there are two queues. There's a smaller queues within a bigger queue. And when WHO just presented this in 2010, it took me several months to understand it. So what they are looking at is that there are three important aspects. All these things that I mentioned earlier on, there are three important aspects. But to make progress along those three aspects, that deeper blue cube inside must expand. And that deeper blue, that is the amount of money, amount of resources that we need to cover people. And when we say coverage, universal coverage, we are talking about three things. cover the people, cover services, and cover amount of money they are spending in three. So, in a summary, to expand the number of people that you cover, you need money. They said Nigeria today, our health insurance coverage is around 5% or thereabout, or maximum 10%. That is the people covered. But again, if you look at the services, it's not all the services that are in the benefit package of the health insurance. And if you look at the money that you pay, even when you are insured in health insurance, yesterday, you can see somebody can see me limping. I went to the hospital, I have a private health insurance, and they still wrote most of the drugs for me to go and buy out of pocket. Then I said, what is the essence of the health insurance that I paid for? They said, oh, we are out of stock, we are this and that. Exactly. So that's what we are talking about. So in terms of, so that there's no point having health insurance or any financial protection mechanism, and I'm still spending a lot of money out of pocket. That is the essence. That is why I enroll on health insurance in the first instance. But we need the media to make sure that the money made available by government to protect us is actually working. And let me share an experience with you. A friend of mine works with federal parastatal, and he told me that it's on the former sector health insurance. And he told me that in his health insurance, whenever he approached them for fasting blood sugar, common fasting blood sugar, they will say it's not covered by the health insurance. Common fasting blood sugar. So he lost confidence in the health insurance. But the same person came down with the cancer. And because I know them at the NHIS, I asked them, how can we help? They said, NHIS, it covers part of the radiotherapy and it covers part of the drugs as well. Is it not the same health insurance that they said it does not cover fasting blood sugar? Ordinary fasting blood sugar that should not be more than 200 naira or 300 naira. Behold, because we are able to engage them, we talk to the HMO, we talk to the facility, and the health insurance covered the radiotherapy for 40 sections of radiotherapy and part of the chemotherapy. The question is this: is it everybody that has the luxury of talking to the NHIS office and following up and everything? So please, the media has a very, very important role to play in terms of scrutinizing all this system and ensuring that Nigerians are benefit. Even when government put money down, there are a lot of people that are helping in ensuring that ordinary people don't benefit from this system. So please and please, let's try as much as possible to know some of this. Next list. So, but there's this historical perspective to universal health coverage, because what we are discussing today did not just start today. Globally, there have been discussion around it as many years back. It's only Prof that was around when the discussion started. The discussion started after the Civil War, after the World War II, where I'm sure some of us know the history of World War II, where after the World War II, the global leaders came together and said, let's reset the world order. And what should we be doing differently? And people introspect and say, what actually led us to the war? And they said, what led us to the war was because the war itself was not equal. One superpower somewhere can go to another country and say, because I'm superpower, I want to annex the country. So no part of it is still happening today. They now said, okay, let's establish a universal human right that describe as a human being, what are the basic minimum rights that you have. So in 1945, that was why I said, who else was around apart from Prof? Okay. Honorable Usman, I thought you were around. So they established universal, there was the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And since then, Article 25 established, access to health as a right as far back as 1945, more than 70 years ago. Since then. So in terms of journey, Around 1978, WHO starts Health for All by the year 2000. I remember when we were in primary school, in fact, that was a name that we gave to year 2000. Do you know what they used to call year 2000 then? Anybody? I'm not Antimoji now. Anybody else? Year 2000. One? Any other thing? Yeah, they call it magic year. The year that the magic was going to happen. The year that all of a sudden, on December 31st, 1999, when we wake up in 1st January 2000, there will just be health for all. There will just be education for all. There will just be water for all. That was the illusion. That it was a magic year. Unfortunately, year 2000 came and, and nothing happened. And we discovered there was no magic anywhere. People have to work for at the result. So along the line, there have been discussion around, so in 1978, the discussion around health for all. Let everybody have access to health care, and the campaign was on. Then later on, around 2012, more than 12 years later, people said, let's revive this discussion around health for all. But what is going to be different this time around is not only about health for all. So we have to define the quality of health, and we have to emphasize that people should not go through financial hardship. So the health for all, they repackage it and now become universal health coverage because of the emphasis on the financial protection aspect of it. So universal health coverage now became the health policy goal of all the countries. So if you develop the health policy plan, the focus is universal health coverage. At the state level, the focus is universal health coverage. That is how we get to where we are. And in Nigeria, the present administration, don't forget in 2014, there was a presidential summit on universal health coverage. That was the highest level. First time we had very high level discussion on universal health coverage, and the present administration to ask UAC for PAC for UAC as a policy focus. Next slide. Now, don't forget that universal health coverage is also part of this Sustainable Development Goal. How many of us are familiar with Sustainable Development Goals? How many of us? Only very few of us. It's okay. It's part of Sustainable Development Goal, especially the target 3.8 of SDG 3 is looking at achieving universal health coverage. Next slide. And again, don't let us forget that health is not alone. Health has its own co-travelers. So when we are talking about health, it has implication for other SDGs as well. Health has implication for poverty. Like I said earlier on, many people, the statistics show that more than 100 million people globally are pushed beyond poverty line because of health. But from the media, can somebody tell me how somebody can become poor? Give an example of how somebody can become poor as a result of health spending on health. How is it possible that people can become poor because of health? So that, we bring all these concepts closer home. It's not something that is far away, it's something that happens in our community every day. Any example? Okay, indeed. Can somebody, Solomon, please, can you help me to pass the mic across? And let's talk to Chida to get us another very good mic. How can somebody become poor as a result of health spending?
Okay.
Okay, for example, someone who earns 30,000 naira, which is our minimum wage, and he has 5 children, and in that month that he earned that 30,000, 2 of his children have malaria. And maybe you have to spend maybe 2,000 naira to treat the 2 kids. And another one didn't just have malaria, the other child had typhoid. So they will spend maybe 5,000 to treat the other person. So that's 4,000 plus 5,000, that's already 9,000. Minus 9,000 from 30,000 that they have. So the family is left with 21,000. So you calculate the cost of buying a mudu of rice for the family and transportation that the man will need to go to work. you realize that by the second week of the month, the family will not have any other money to go to work or even feed. By so doing, they are literally poor at that time. I don't know.
Thank you. Imagine an Okada rider, because someone that earns 30,000 in Nigerian context today is still in Abuja. Now, imagine an Okada rider that probably it makes 1,000 or 2,000 a day, and the wife needs a cesarean section. In Abuja here, how much does cesarean section cost? And if the man is unlucky, maybe the doctors are on strike in public hospital. So how much does it cost? Huh? Wow, 200,000 naira. So imagine somebody that is an Okada rider, and don't forget, an Okada rider has only Okada riders as friends. Is that not? If you're an Okada rider, your friends are likely to be like you, like Okada riders as well. And it needs to pay for cesarean section. Now, because you don't have very strong social network to borrow from people, they will tell you want to look for money to borrow for them. You understand? So, what are the options for this Okada ride? Perhaps the first option is to even sell the Okada itself. And it serves the Okada to offset the bill of a cesarean section. And what happens after the cesarean section? What happens to the livelihood? Gone. Means of livelihood is gone. So that fellow is poor. So it has contributed to the pool of the poor people that we have. And this thing happens to many people. And it's not, you don't need to be sick to get impoverished from the health spending. Maybe it's your brother that is sick. You know, in Nigeria today, we have social solidarity. When your brother is sick, you are sick, you know, you look for money and all the stuff like that. So see how it is leading to poverty and others. Next slide, please. Sorry, okay. So we are talking about how the universal health coverage linkages with other SDG. Don't forget that a child that is sick is not able to go to school. So you are not achieving your education goal as much as you want to do it as well. Somebody that is sick is not able to contribute to the economy. It's not working, it's not productive, it's not able to contribute maximally to the health. Yeah. So in terms of argument, and this is very, very important, the media, please pay attention here as well, because part of the responses you get when you talk to the political class about the need to increase health spending, they will tell you other sectors are equally important. Yes, nobody's contesting that. Other sectors are important. But we undermarket ourselves, we shortchange ourselves when we are talking about health, because health is important even beyond the health sector itself. That's a wider implication. So it's very important to understand 4 important ways to make a case for health. Health on its own is very, very important as a goal itself when making a case for investment in health. Can you go back to the dimensions that I mentioned earlier on? Don't forget that if we invest in health, you make progress on health and all those. That's very important. We are coming to that. But the economic case, we often forget that if we spend money on health, it helps us to improve the economy as well. Because I'm here to see a government that is not interested in improving the economy. And the data has shown that the bulk of the progress made by developing countries in terms of improving their economy, a quarter of it could be attributable to improvement in health for a number of reasons. Yeah, so that is in terms of economic case for health. What of the political case? And this is very more important now that we are discussing the political case, the political season. How do we make health to be more attractive to the political class. Thank God we have politicians in the House as well. This is a mixed house. We have Honorable Usman, that is a member of House of Assembly. He was a deputy chair of House Committee on Health Services. How can, and let me push it to the media as well. If you are engaging, how do you want the political class to really attach importance? What question will you ask them? How do you interrogate situation that will make them to think, oh, health is very, very important? I'm talking to the media now. Let's start from what we've already known. Making a political case. How do we ensure that if I invest in health, I will be able to, you will win the election? That's it. How do you want to engage in that direction? Any thoughts? Any question? Any example? You don't know? Well, okay, quick one.
I think we can make reference to the General Buhari's speech in the 80s where he said, our hospitals have become mere consulting clinics and the situation has not really changed.
Like that. But something is very important when we're talking about the political case for health. You know, the politician, some of them are here, they want to invest in election win, what win the election for them. And here, the citizens have a lot of role to play. When we have interacted with a number of senators, members of House of Rep, we ask them, when you go to your constituency, what do people ask for? They say, the first thing people ask for, I mean, when I say people, general people, you know, people in the constituency, first and foremost, they ask for money directly. Give us money directly. They ask for jobs. We need jobs. They ask for infrastructure. Our roads are not good and everything. Before they mention health, it will be like number 7 or number 8 and everything. And that is where we have a very important role to play in terms of citizen engagement and sensitizing them. Somebody said, probably the problem in health is that everybody don't get sick at the same time. So I forgot that I got sick yesterday and I'm not discussing it today. So we have to really sensitize the citizens themselves, and that's part of the citizens, the media, asking this question. Because the politicians know that since it is not going to be an issue for me, whether I do it or not, I win the election, why am I wasting my time on it? Let me give them what made them happy. Let me give them money directly. Let me give them some empowerment, like buying Okada, like buying Keke Marua and all those stuff. So the media has a very, very important role to change in changing that perspective. And they know, the political class know that even when they come to on TVC, on Arise TV, on channels, on NTA, nobody will ask them questions about health. They will know now. They know, they've already known that. So that is why we are here, to even sensitize the citizenry and engage the political class to form part of discourse. Once the politician know that something will help me to win or lose election, they pay attention to it. And that is why we are here talking about the political case and so on. Let's move on. So in terms of the health, it's very important for us to familiarize ourselves with the status of the health in the country. And later on, when we come to the second presentation, we'll look at, somebody asked that, indeed, said you wanted to know where we are in terms of progress. But something which I found very, very challenging with regard to health statistics in Nigeria is that at times we often complain that we don't have enough data. Even the data that we have, how are we using the data? Some of us just did the assessment about service gap in health in some states, including education and water supply. A state that only less than 10% of delivery take place in hospital. That's a state in Nigeria. Less than 10% of all delivery of babies is happening in hospital, place at home. And when we ask people in the Ministry of Health in that state, they say we are doing very well. We are doing fine. There's, His Excellency has really done very great job to support us. He has health on his, is committed to health and everything. Only 10% of these, of women, when they are pregnant, only 1 out of every 10 will deliver in hospital. And the statistics is there, the data is there. What am I talking about? That means nobody is using that data to even engage the political class. Only 1 out of 10 women. And Prof is here. Majority of death that happens around that period, shortly before delivery, during delivery, and after delivery. And if you are not delivering in health facility, how would they be able to manage those conditions that kill women? And one of the reasons is that they don't have money to pay. That's why they are not going. Or it's too far away. Or they don't like health workers' attitude. So statistics is very, very important for us to know the data. If you look at our folders here, you see the health agenda. Part of it, we have itemized all the statistics in terms of where Nigeria is now on various indicators and what we are proposing should happen next. So in terms of delivery, one of the data said that I would just like to emphasize the one in green, that chart's there. It shows women delivery and in the hospital and the wealth class of the people. So towards the first, where the green diagram is very low, that is where you have the poorest of the poor in Nigeria. And it shows you the proportion of them that deliver in the health facility. And then if you move up, the richer population and the richest, you see. So who can interpret this chart for me in terms of assessing health and your wealth class? Anybody from the media? What does this tell us? What does that chart tell us? Or it's just a triangle? Anybody? Like somebody told me, if you don't volunteer, I'll volunteer you. No, what does that mean? In terms of what is the relationship between poverty and our ability to go to the hospital? That's what I'm talking about here. We don't understand it. We need our elementary mathematics to understand, right? Indeed. What does that tell you in summary? If you see that chart, that green chart, in terms of relationship between whether you are poor or rich and how much of access you are able to get, what does that mean? This is very, very important. If we don't get it, we are not moving on. Apart from, did you want to help her? See, this is what I'm talking about. Sorry. Poorest of the poor. Hello? The poorest of the poor in Nigeria in terms of wealth quantity. This is the percentage assisted by skilled birth attendant. That's this percentage of them, the poorest of the poor, when they are delivered, it is professional that takes delivery. This is the proportion. This is the richest population. This is the proportion of them that is the professional that attend to them. What does that mean if we see this? We have to get it before we leave. One. Who else? What else? What in terms of what this means? Somebody should help me with the second mic. Solomon, please. This is very, very important. I'm not. You said what? The rich people have better access to the health care. It shows, honestly, in a simple term, it shows that the richest people, population, might their wives or they themselves in 90% of cases, they deliver in health facilities and they are attended to by professionals. If you are rich in Nigeria. But if you are poor, God help you, less than 10 of them, less than 10% of them, 1 out of 10 will be able to deliver in a health facility, and the delivery will be taken by health professionals. What does this tell you? Are we happy with this scenario? So how come when you are interviewing people and everything, you journalists are not asking all these questions? In terms of, see, if a presidential candidate, this is the data in Nigeria today, the poorest of the poor, only 1 out of 10 of them will be able to access the needed care. And they are Nigerians, so their only sin is that they are what? They are poor. That is the only sin of them. It's because they are poor. But do you know what? They even vote more than these people. Am I correct? That response is not further. Who votes more? Is it these people or these people? The lowest. They vote more, and the one that receive the poorest access to health care. And that is what we want to change by universal health coverage. And somebody says to reform, you must be informed. Otherwise, you will deform. So for the media to help in the reform, and that is why we want us to be informed so that we don't deform the system. So in terms of making the health case, our healthcare access situation is very, very, very bad. The poorest of the poor, and then somebody says, and they said Nigeria is the poverty headquarters of the world. India just passed the baton to us as the poverty headquarters, and we took it and we are running with it. So if we are the poverty headquarters and the poor will not access healthcare, that's a problem. Next slide. So we've talked about poor health outcomes. We've talked about service coverage and inequality, serious inequality. One of the main things we want to overcome with universal health coverage is inequality. We don't want, because you are poor. And do you know what somebody said? Whenever the royal family is having an event in the UK, whether a wedding or a burial, everybody in the country is celebrating with them. You are in your corners of whatever you are organizing party. And someone once said, and then if we're having presidential wedding in Nigeria, a lot of people are sending courses to them. Look at a lot of jets and all those that they are parking and all those stuff. And I said, what is the difference? Somebody said the difference is that the poorest of the poor, people in the lowest, whatever, in the UK, they have access to basic things of life. So why won't you love your leaders? You need healthcare, NHS is there for you. You need education, career development loan is there for you. You don't have to struggle for many things. So this is a part of what we are talking about. Next slide. Now, another aspect which you need to engage the political class is the economic dimension in terms of what health is able to do to improve the economy. We are talking about poverty reduction. We've talked extensively about the linkages between health care access and poverty. And then, Mr. President, don't forget, Mr. President has the goal of lifting 100 million Nigerians out of poverty in the next 10 years. So we should be interrogating this. If you want to lift 100 million people out of poverty in the next 10 years, and people are not accessing care, and their health is making them poorer every year, how do you want to do it? Number two, in terms of economic growth, we've talked about it extensively. So, you know, there are a lot of things we already know about that. But let me come to employment creation. We have not talked about that. Which organization is the largest employer of labor in the whole world? In the whole world? Any attempts? Well, private sector is a long, specific organization. Maybe the first three. Okay, Eh? No, I'm not talking about sector, a specific organization. Okay. Eh? Not really. Okay, the largest employer of the single organization that employed the largest number of people is Chinese Army. But that's not where I'm going. The NHS in the UK, National Health Service in the UK, is one of the largest employer of labor in the whole world. They are in the first 5 or first 3. So how did it happen? It's because of investment in health. There are a lot of people who are involved. You expand the space and everything. And it's not only for doctors and nurses. So we are talking about employment as well. So when we are engaging the political class, the discussion on health should not be only how many people are accessing care, it's how is health creating jobs, how is health reducing poverty as much as possible. Yeah, so it's okay. So we are just setting the stage so that we have a common understanding about how important is this topic. Next slide. So we've talked about the social case. I won't say too much on that. Next slide. Yeah. So this is a long list of various countries, parties that have taken advantage, that presented health in their manifesto. A colleague mentioned about the case of Ghana, where the political parties articulate a clear health agenda, and as a result of that, we are able to win election. A lot of examples that we have there. We are going to share this slide, and Nigeria should be a very good case as well. Next slide. Now, in terms of managing progress, in terms of measuring progress, we need to know what are the key indicators that we are looking at. I would like to use this chart. Who can describe from the media again, who can describe the observation from the other side of the chart where we have 2 umbrellas there? What is the observation? Sorry, the umbrella has nothing to do with the political party. You know, somebody, when we started the UAC 2023 forum, wanted to use UAC umbrella as the logo, but somebody cautioned us against it, that it can be seen as an affiliate of a political party. Okay, and Mr. Sunday, what's your observation? Huh? Yes. Okay. Great. So 2 of them are under umbrella. One is beaten by rain, the other one is not. What does that tell you? How do you summarize that? What is common to both of them to start with? Huh? Huh? Somebody say rain. Umbrella is called, yeah. What does that umbrella mean? Cover. Yeah. Both of them are covered by something, right? But what is the other one that is not beaten by rain? How do you describe his own situation? No leakage. He's protected, right? Both of them are covered, but only one is protected. You know, I made this presentation somewhere, and somebody said, "Oh, henceforth, you'll be saying it will be covered by, it will be protected by blood of Jesus, not just covered by blood of Jesus." So what this means is that we can have a system that gives us sense of coverage, but it's not giving us protection. In health sector, what is that protection we are talking about? What is the government system, health insurance, or any other basic care provision fund? What protection is it supposed to give us? Because when we enroll on this scheme, we are covered. But we want it to protect us. Protect us against what? Financial hardship. Not only financial hardship, protect us against bad quality care, and protect us against not even accessing the care in the first instance. So when we have a system, whether we enroll on a private health insurance, state health insurance, basic care provision fund, it's supposed to, when we are covered, it's supposed to protect us against lack of access protect us against bad quality care, and protect us against financial hardship. So the umbrella that is bad here is not able to protect. So we in the media, those are the things we should be interrogating. If you have the opportunity to engage the NHIS DG, State Health Insurance person, Mr. Governor, that is saying, I will make health free for you. You know, we've been hearing that for many years. Those are the specific we should be asking about. How is the scheme that you establish, the money that you put in place is protecting us against lack of access, against bad quality care and financial hardship. Next slide. Now, the issue of money is very important in terms of financing, where the money will come from. Next slide, please. It's very important because, like I said in the past, a governor who said, if you vote me, everybody will enjoy health care, without telling us where will the money come from. What is that policy that will lead to that thing? And because they know we don't ask, they don't prepare for our answers. Honorable Usman, I lie? Okay. So we want to do things differently. And there are a number of things that are very, very important. We have to try as much as possible to even understand the existing government's policy trusts. One of the most important policy trusts that people should know is what they call Basic Care Provision Fund, where government has tried as much as possible to allocate certain proportion of the federal allocation. The like of Prof and his advocate and others, they try as much as possible to ensure that that policy framework see the light of the day. It has passed. The government is allocating every year like 55 billion naira, though it will not cover many Nigerians. But it's part of the most important policy trust that government is putting in place. I've not seen much happening in terms of the media asking, how is the program working? How is it not working? What are the issues? Who is benefiting from it? Another one is even the money that government is allocating every year in the budget. Even when we say it's 5%, it's very low. What is that 5% buying in terms of the health for Nigeria? The money that the state are actually allocating, what is the money buying? The health insurance that people put in place, don't forget, the media play a very important role to ensure that laws are being implemented. In the law of the state health insurance scheme, they are supposed to allocate 1% of the equity fund. Only about 5 or 6 states is doing that out of 36 states. So we want you, when you are doing your engagement, as much as possible, to find out who is spending on what is the money buying, what are the challenges, what are the issues. Every year, there's a national health account that is released that shows us the status of how we are spending money. The media didn't get hold on that report and use it to ask a question as well. I'll be very fast now to move towards the. Again, this is just showing us that we are not spending enough in Nigeria on health. In terms of our Abuja declaration, we say we should spend at least 15% of our budget. We are doing only about 5%. In terms of GDP, gross domestic product, the international benchmark is that we should be spending like around 5% of GDP. We are spending less, government is spending less than 1% of it. Out of pocket spending represent more than 70% of all the money that we spend on health. And this expert says when this thing is above 30%, a lot of people will be financially distressed. Some of them will not even access care at all. And those that access care, they will not be able to pay for it. And there's a danger in not paying, in not accessing care when you won't have a little ailment. Prof is here, another medical practitioner in the house. Somebody that has hypertension, supposed to be going to the hospital from time to time to get medication. Because of lack of money, it will not go. And then we develop complication. And then the day develop stroke, that is when they will be moving from pillar to post to try and borrow the money to sell properties and all those. If that fellow has been able to go to the hospital, you can argue that it's not only money that prevents people from going to the hospital, but money is a major factor. So, and again, government spending is very, very important. We cannot rely on donor spending. Donor is like a visitor. Your Bible say you cannot be a friend to a stranger in a vehicle and be happy for too much. Because as time goes by, the stranger will get to his destination and move on. I'm sorry, Rukayo. That's what your Bible says. So when external people come and bring their money, I know Peter is here. He's on the side of government before. He's an NGO, but he's still on the side of government. So emphasis on spending. What is the level of spending and everything? Let's move on quickly. But one other factor, this is the last one that I will emphasize on before we move on. Again, hello, the media has a role to play in interrogating efficiency. What is the money buying? And I will use just one chart. That chart there, that bar chart there to give an example. We did analysis of what state government in Nigeria. I won't tell you whether it's in the north or south. What the state is spending on health. Hello, are we together? Government spending on health increased from 1 billion and only spending on personnel now, from 1 billion to around 7 billion after 6 years or thereabout. Spending on personnel, worker salary, and all those stuff. But do you know the interesting thing? During that period, there was an embargo on recruitment. And the spending grew from 1.2 billion to 6 billion that the government was spending every year. And we try as much as possible to interrogate, maybe in fairness to the government, maybe there was a change in salary structure and many people are better paid. They said, no, there was no significant increase in whatever. In fact, during that period, the number of nurses and midwives reduced because it's natural. People will retire, people will die, people will leave service and all those stuff. But there was this huge increase in the spending on personnel. Then when we try to investigate further, somebody said, you have to be very careful because a lot of people are benefiting from this. I said, many people are benefiting in one way. They say even banks are involved. There are a lot of people that have died, that have retired. They have not closed their whatever. Somebody says is still collecting their money. And the most painful aspect during that period, in some of the general hospitals in that state, they were closing some wards because there were no nurses and midwives to man them. And government, the extra 5 billion every year is going to people's pockets. Then we now said, okay, what we are going to do is to escalate this thing to the governor. And a stakeholder laughed at us. I said, why are you laughing? He said, the present governor was the commissioner for finance when all these things were happening. But what is the point? The point is that, but luckily another governor came up and we presented this and they did staff auditing. They did a lot of, they discovered a lot of loopholes and they used part of the savings to recruit additional network. But what we are saying is that these are the type of things that the media should be looking for in terms of what is the analysis being done in terms of, because somebody was telling us that you have to be very careful, these boys. You know, what you are doing is beyond your pay grade. You understand? So for us to really make progress, it's not enough to shout about government spend money, Abuja declaration, this target. The little that is being spent, the media should pay attention to how do we scrutinize in terms of how do we get efficient. Now, there is this day publication there. Can somebody help me to read the headline there? Okay, Sokoto uncovers 6,000 ghost ex workers. What comes to your mind if you hear that kind of a figure? What comes to your mind that in the state they discover 6,000 ghost ex workers? What comes to your mind? What question would you like to ask next? Anybody? Huh? Any question? If you hear that kind of a figure, I will say out of how many? So they discovered 6,000 out of 13,000. Almost half of the workforce. Interestingly, it was the governor of the state that made this pronouncement. It's not just ERC or whatever something. It was, but the question again is that what happened next? These are the things the media should take up. When you see this kind of data, is this day that carry this thing? What has this day done about the investigative journalism to know where this thing are assembled? Let's like quickly, where again, let's move on. We've seen this before. Let's move on. We don't want to go through technical. So moving towards universal health coverage. What are the key steps? Back to the previous slide. So what are the key steps? The starting point. There is this a professor that I respect so much. It's in the rank of Professor Ladipo when it comes to intellectual disposition. It's called Professor Leo Frank. He said the starting point in the journey of universal health coverage is not technical. It's the political consensus. You can design all the documents you want. If there is no political will behind it to support that, somebody says, when you remove politics from policy document, you are left with only document. It's no longer a policy because it's the politics that drives policy. So, and that is why we are here, the starting point. You see, unfortunately, it's the starting point that we are starting many years after in terms of trying to put it on the political front border. You understand? And again, that is why we need you. That is why we need everybody to try as much as possible to even project there what are the problems. Number two is that I would try to find out where are we, what is the situation and everything, which we have already done. It's in the document that we have with you. We designed something. We have recently, how many of us know that NHIS has transformed to National Health Insurance Authority? How many of us from the media? How many of us? Okay, some of us, Nigerian Health Watch, I will blame if you don't know, because you know. You understand? Now, in terms of design, one of the major problems why we had problem with universal health coverage request is the legal framework of National Health Insurance Scheme. It did not make provision for two important things: mandatory participation and subsidization. That thing has changed now. So we have National Health Authority that has clearly written health insurance should be mandatory. How many of us now know that by law it's mandatory for all of us to have health insurance? How many of us from the media know? Only NDD knows. Anyway, that's why we're here, and Nigerian Health Watch. That's why we are here. It is now mandatory by law for all of us to have health insurance. You can want to ask questions about if I don't have money, and all those stuff like. And that is why they introduced Vulnerable Group Fund in the National Health Insurance Authority that will bring money together to pay health insurance for those people that are not able to pay for it. So the media needs to know all these things. How is the law being implemented? Very soon, I would like to see a lot of articles, a lot of bringing DG of health insurance. I was with him on NCA. They did a very good job. But on occasion, when you go to the television, they're asking you, how do we ban medical tourism? As if that is the main policy trust. And the question I asked when somebody asked me, shouldn't we ban medical tourism? I said, somebody that is in Nigeria, he has his own money, he has cancer. And there are only 6 or 7 comprehensive cancer centers in Nigeria. And he has his own money to go abroad. And he says, you should not go abroad, you want to ban medical tourism. Make the service available first and affordable. And you know that many people, they don't want to waste their money. That's it. So again, participation is very, very important, bringing everything together, everybody together, and that is what we are discussing here. So that is an overview of, again, I would like to leave you with some of these interesting quotes from some of the scholars in the health sector. A volunteer to read the first one, please. A volunteer from this side, one from this side, and one from this side. Over there, young lady, what's the name? Quick one. Somebody should give her the mic, please.
Women are dying of disease we cannot treat. Society has a decision that their lives are worth saving.
Thank you very much. Another statement said, women are not dying because we don't know what is killing them or how to treat them. It's because we have not yet decided that their life is worth saving. That's why they are dying. This side, a volunteer, apart from Ndidi.
The starting point in the journey of universal health coverage is not technical, but social and ethical consensus that health is human right.
Thank you very much. Political and ethical consensus that health is human right. And that is what we are trying to foster here. So that it doesn't sound as everything we are quoting is from abroad. So we have a local one here as well. And some of these statements, nobody is holding them accountable to it. The last one from Mr. President. From this side, please. Okay, somebody should give Honorable Usman mic quickly.
Okay. I'm hopeful that our women will no more be dying during childbirth. Our children will no more be dying as a result of vaccine-preventable diseases or common ailments. Access to healthcare will not be limited because of not having money to pay. President Muhammadu Buhari.
So thank you very much. That's what the Mr. President said. But unfortunately, I'm yet to see during any interview, any question, any write-up that actually quotes this and say, Mr. President said this, and Mr. President, how are we faring years later? So on this note, I would like to thank you very much for listening to the presentation. Later, I will take questions and answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Okay, thank you so very much, Dr. Gafa. Let's give him a round of applause one more time. That was so insightful. So the next thing would be, let's take a group picture. After the group picture, then we go to questions and answers. I'm sure you have questions. People online, you have questions, and Dr. Gafa is here to answer your questions. So where do we come? Outside?
So go and make Rob Yates the host. Quick. So after the question and answer section, we'll take Rob Yates from the Chatham House. I hope Rob is there. So please, questions, contribution, clarifications, please. Questions. Questions. And from the online audience as well, please put your questions in the chat box so that somebody help us to read them out. No questions. Okay, yeah, please, please somebody should. Okay, Prof first.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alawode. I love the picture that shows health utilization by wealth quantile and universal health coverage can help to even that out. But one other observation is that even when health facilities are well equipped, well staffed in some communities, people fail to use it, even when services are free. And there is a culture here that if something is free, it's not good quality. The media has to help us to change that mindset. You have a lot of work to do by helping to improve health literacy, education of the people. Even the highly educated people sometimes need additional education. You can also help them to do so because it will lead to a change in health-seeking behavior. What you really want to change is the mindset of people to know that they must seek from when they are not. There's no point relying on the old traditional way of doing things. Use the modern institutions, not the old ABBA of unproven efficacy. There are things that people need to understand. For example, in obstetrics, in some parts of this traditionally conservative section of the country, there are people that only like a female doctor to look after them, not a male doctor. It's cultural. So we have to change the mindset of the people because we don't have enough female doctors. Similarly, in hospitals, patients lie in dorsal positions. There are some people in this culture who say, no, they must be in a squatting position. It's for the system also to appreciate what they want to do. It's a two-way thing. You must change the mindset in order to have a change in health-seeking behavior. One other thing that you talked about, it's a tough one to address, but we need to address it as professionals. That is the attitude of health care. This is why some particular government facilities. I think it's an excellent lecture. I hope you circulate it to all of us in attendance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the professorial endorsement. Yeah, I think Professor has made a very, very important point in terms of engaging the citizen, the perspective, the way they see things as well. So, Dr. Charles.
Well done for a wonderful presentation you've just made. While you were speaking, something actually came to mind when you showed us a graph. Yeah, Doc. So I wanted to be sure you're listening. So when you showed us a particular graph that showed the wealth quantiles and the percentage of attendance deliveries with scale bed attendance, something came to my mind. You know, that graph was quite technical, and you asked medical practitioners around, media practitioners around to define or explain what they understand from that particular graph. And you could see some level of difficulty in analyzing that particular graph. So something came to mind, while this was happening. I felt, and I need to, present this as somewhat of a suggestion to the group, that there might be a need for, or maybe let me put it as a question, do we think it is going to be very important for us to continue this kind of media engagement, maybe in form of continuous medical education? Because the media, they are not technical when it comes to medical issues, health issues, policy issues. I'm thinking that maybe you should have a plan that or a strategy to keep engaging the media with respect to the technical things needed. So when they're engaging the populace, or when they're engaging medical practitioners, or even policymakers in health system, they will be well equipped to really engage. Issues that have to do with basic healthcare provision fund. If you don't understand the policy, if you don't understand the content of what is in the document, you may not have the wherewithal to ask the necessary questions. The newly signed into law, the new National Health Insurance Authority Act that was signed into law, if you don't understand that it has even been passed into law and the content of that particular act, they may not be able to really engage. So I'm suggesting, I'm asking if there is a plan to educate them continuously with that has to come, they are doing so that they're informed to really engage everybody in the health sector, all the stakeholders.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll do that later. Any other comment, question? Okay, from UNIDO. So please, Solomon, or who's giving the mic, please.
Where?
Yeah. So madam over there in glasses.
Okay.
I'm a UNIDO consultant formerly, and I work with the University of Calabar. My name is Christine Ibeme, Professor of Food Safety. Doc, I thank you for your excellent presentation. Well, my attention was drawn to one of your, charts on nutrition index. And I'm weary to say that everybody is focusing on nutrition. There can be no nutrition without safe food. Does the House agree with me? There can be no nutrition without safe food. Food security is all about safety of food. If the population does not have secure food that is safe, there's no way the system, the body will be able to absorb any micronutrient or macronutrients in the food. So the first thing is that the media must bring to the forefront, that food safety is a political issue. Because right now, our politicians do not understand that food safety is a political issue. All over the world, food safety is a global concern. And major countries all over the world are taking it headlong. But Nigeria seem to be playing with it. Oh, okay, we should talk about food safety, but it's not a national problem. When we emphasize food safety, then the little food they eat will be meaningful. If food is not safe, then of course there's a vicious cycle. The person gets malnourished, especially the young ones. They get malnourished, they have to go to the hospital, and then the hospital, they are not able to access good health. And the same thing continues. They go back home and eat unsafe food. So I will want, my proposal is that the media must hype the issue of unsafe food in the society. Just recently, we heard about the fact that, the women in Nasarawa, in order to make their fufu, they add, a fermentation adjunct, as we call it, to, booster the fermentation. And what do they add? Detergent. Can anybody imagine it? Detergent. And I'm surprised that no media has carried it up. in-depth investigation have not been done. And this is what people are consuming, perhaps on a daily basis. And because nobody has seen, the adverse effect from a close range, they are thinking that it's not, that there's nothing that can be done. I mean, it's okay, but it's injurious to health because these things are accumulative effect. So I want the media to please hype the issue of food safety. Food safety should come on the front burner of our national discourse. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Madam. That's highly appreciated. Another one? Okay, so
Thank you very much. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. I just want to comment on what our doctor said, and Dr. Charles said. And I just want to put on record that the media is not an ignoramus. And this is a continuum for this forum. But let me just say something, that what we are trying to do is remind ourselves of our own social responsibilities. And I think for me, the technicalities of it is why we have experts like Dr. Gafar, like all others, the two professors that we have here in the house. We should start seeing, I would like to say that on the other side of the divide, the professionals, the technicals, the experts, the public health experts, you also in public health, you are told to speak the language that people would understand. So what the media is doing is dissecting. I concur to continuous education, but I don't want perception taken. The media is not an ignoramus. The media knows what to do and what they should be saying. We do not claim to be the professional themselves, because the ethics of the profession says you must be able to speak to an expert who would explain. So it's a collective responsibility. While the technical ones know their limits or know what to do, we also of the media know where to follow. And I would also use the first forum to also say that as media practitioners ourselves, we should be able to dissect our message in such a way that we're not talking to our colleagues, but we are speaking out for the generality of the public. It's a mixed deal, and it works when we do it that way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So just a couple of things before we move to the next section. I'm very sure B8 is waiting there in London. So Prof, your point is a very, very great one. And to buttress your point around the health literacy you are talking about. So some 15 years back in a community, we distributed bed nets. And to our surprise, people are just using the bed net to do fishing. And we're so surprised, how will you be using bed net to do fishing instead of you to protect yourself against mosquito and other stuff? And we now went back to the knowledge, attitude, and practice survey that we did. It was only 10% or 20% of the people in that area were able to associate malaria with mosquito bites. So when they asked them, what gives you malaria? They say, when you walk too long under the sun in the farm and everything, that's what will give you malaria. So will you now be surprised when you give bed nets and they are not using it because they are not able to see the linkage between mosquito bite and the malaria? So, enlightening the citizens is extremely important. So with regard to what Charles said, and Timoji has said a lot about it, the only thing I would like to add is that part of the plan of US 2023 Forum, as a part of long-term plan, is to develop to start a sort of media fellowship program. And it's not something new. Nigeria Health Watch has been doing a great job in that in terms of media fellowship in health security. So let's have a media fellowship in universal health coverage, where there will be a cohort of journalists from the print to electronic media. There will be constant engagement, training, workshop, and everything, and organizing program. So that it's not a one-off thing, so that we'll be able to deepen their knowledge, though not to make them health experts, but at the same time to deepen their health knowledge in the media. So, Ma, thank you very much for the food safety stuff that you mentioned. food safety is a huge health security issue. If you look at the health security, probably one of the reasons why Nigeria has not done very well on health security performance index, there's the joint external evaluation that has been done. Nigeria only moved from 39% to 46% in health security readiness. And perhaps the issue of food safety is part of the challenges over there. And I think that's part of the advocacy we are doing towards ensuring that we improve on the JEE rating for our health security. And there's no way we improve on that without looking at the issue of food safety, looking at the, the principle of One Health, looking at the health of human beings, health of animals, health of plants, including food, and health of the environment. That is what we are clamoring for in terms of a health security, using One Health approach. Because if you are looking at human health a lot of diseases that we get are zoonotic from animals. Some diseases are from food, what we eat, and all those stuff. So the National Action Plan on Health Security covered that, but of course the issue of funding as well, to fund a lot of activities there. So thank you very much for bringing that perspective. So thank you very much for making this section a very, very interactive one. Oh yeah, I guess, Rob, are you ready, please? Can you allow Rob to speak? Rob Yates is the director of the Universal Health Coverage Center at the Chatham House. Chatham House, we all know them as the global policy think tank. Global policy think tank. Interestingly, all our candidate aspirants, all of them will go to Chatham House before the election. So we are waiting for them there. So that's why we are engaging Rob Yates and his people, so that when the candidates come, in the past, President Muhammadu Buhari went there, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, none of them was asked a question. So it's going to be different this time around. So Rob, are you ready for us, please? Can you?
Yes, certainly. Delighted to be with you. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear, Rob. Can hear you loud and clear.
Marvelous. Yes. Greetings from Chatham House in sunny London. And it's always an absolute pleasure to join you, Dr. Ghaffar. And thanks for an excellent presentation. You articulate the case for universal health coverage so extremely well. And I'm delighted to talk to the audience briefly around the role of the media in achieving universal health coverage and how important this has been all around the world. I can't emphasize enough how important the media has been, both in achieving universal health coverage and sustaining it, maintaining it. And really, I would say that the primary role really is the media helping hold politicians to account. The politicians, of course, that their prime motivation really is to win power and stay in power. That sometimes not always for the best reasons, but often because they do really care about the health, the welfare of their people, and they want to do the right things. So the media does act as sort of this facilitator in sort of relaying the views of the population to politicians, and showing where the population is happy or upset or wants change. And of course, politicians avidly read the media, watch the media, use the media, because it's their vehicle for getting their messages across to the population. That they'll do TV interviews or in these days might do sort of videos and stuff like this. They'll put onto YouTube. They're desperate to get their message out because they feel if they can get their message out and it's attractive, that they'll secure votes and win power. Now, I know that all sounds blindingly obvious, but I think we in the global health world, in fact, the health world full stop, don't often recognize the importance of the media as much as we ought to. And in particular, in relaying messages to political leaders. I have just got one or two slides, if I can share those, Dr. Ghaffar. I'm not sure if, oh yes, that should come straight up there, shouldn't it? So I just want to sort of show one or two slides which are related really to the presentation you just gave, but I think build on what you said a bit. It was interesting that you said that in Nigeria, that when the population are asked what's important to them, that things like jobs and security are top, and you said that health was about 6th or 7th. around the world, the United Nations, about 18 months ago now, maybe 2 years actually, did a poll asking people, what would you like your government to do more on? And in this poll, this was right across the world, there were hundreds of thousands of respondents. And access to healthcare came top by miles, absolute miles. Now, admittedly, this was in the middle of the pandemic, but we're still in the pandemic. And you can just sort of see how important access to healthcare, is to people all around the world. Now, the fact that you say that that's not the case in Nigeria makes you ask some questions. Is it because people in Nigeria are healthier than everyone else and, that they don't feel they need it? Or, I suspect it might be something more to do with sort of perhaps the expectations of the population being lower, that they should expect to get access to healthcare from their governments, which is absolutely the norm in so many countries around the world. So I think, again, the media potentially fulfilling this role and helping the Nigerian population recognize, really, in honesty, that their access to health services is very poor, but it's a lot better in other countries. So why shouldn't Nigerians get better access to healthcare? And most importantly, to put the suggestion into the minds of political leaders that to offer that, to say that we are going to bring you free healthcare, we're going to give you healthcare funded by the government, that this would be a really smart thing to do. People go, I hadn't thought, we don't expect our politicians to do that, and that that will bring them votes. Just want to sort of reinforce some of the messages that you were making about some of the key things that I think that the politicians and populations need to understand. And I'm going to be sort of, I hope it's okay for me to be really quite frank and honest with this audience. I'm not with you in the room, so if I say anything too controversial, you can't hit me or cart me off to jail. But I just think that honesty is the best answer to these things. Sorry, I should maybe not be on that view. I'll sort of do the slideshow view. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's better, isn't it? So that's the sort of the survey there. Now, at the United Nations General Assembly just before the pandemic, Dr. Gro Brundtland said that if there's one lesson the world has learned, is you can only reach UHC through public financing. And it is undoubtedly the case that the key step in achieving universal health coverage is to move away from a financing system that is dependent on out-of-pocket spending, which basically means that richer people can buy health services and poor people get nothing or are thrown into poverty, into one where the government takes responsibility. You publicly finance your system using general taxation revenues, or in some instances, sort of employment contributions through social health insurance. But it is the responsibility of the government to finance the health system. And here, it's going to come as no surprise to a great number of you, that is patently not happening in Nigeria at the moment. This is a graph showing public spending as a share of GDP against out-of-pocket spending. So not surprisingly, when the public spending is low, the out-of-pocket is high. And you can see from this graph, using 2016 data, and you might say, well, that's a few years ago. I think it's got worse. I think the share of GDP, according to WHO figures, is now 0.48%. So Nigeria, Africa's biggest country, fantastic country, amazing talent, I would say objectively is about the furthest from universal health coverage on the continent. Hard for people to accept and understand that, but the responsibility for that is with your political leaders. That this hasn't happened by accident, you might say. This has been a political choice, and I'm not sort of saying it's been one party or another, but over recent decades, I think it's fair to say that your political leaders haven't taken UHC seriously. And this shows this again. This is now showing a trend of GDP, percentage GDP in public spending, where you can see Nigeria has just been sort of flatlining and has now dipped below 0.5. and your competitors in other countries have been increasing theirs. And here's I think this almost like exemplifies it for me. And you know, that in terms of the media running a story about the macro picture, to deliberately put pressure on the political candidates to accept and recognize that the performance has been poor, is the comparison of Malawi and Nigeria. You know, Nigeria's GDP per capita, I think, is 6 times that of Malawi. But you can see that in Malawi, which doesn't charge any healthcare user fees, people get free health services in Malawi, that the decline in child mortality rates has been much more rapid than in Nigeria. In fact, you know, at the beginning of 1990, Nigeria was outperforming Malawi, and now it's the other way around. Now, frankly, for a country the size of Nigeria, with its wealth, you know, obviously the sort of loss of oil revenues, that really is pretty poor. And you know, I would say the media has a big role in calling this out. And any sort of media people watching, please feel free to screenshot this, or I'll send you the slides, and I'd be more than delighted to see this on the front of your newspapers tomorrow. So I think there is a role for the media to call out poor performance, say on the macro scale, you know, but saying, you know, Nigeria, you know, really big, important, perhaps the most important country in sub-Saharan Africa, but we are objectively the furthest from the Abuja Declaration target of 15% of budgets allocated to health. We're about the lowest spend in the world in terms of share of GDP. And this is having an impact on our health indicators, as shown by these graphs. But sometimes these stories are actually best exemplified by individual cases. I think, you know, looking at our history here in the UK, people often find it a bit difficult to get their head around, you know, figures about mortality rates and stuff like that. It's when it gets personalized, when people just realize how shocking a story is. And one thing that I think you're all aware of is the situation in Nigeria, that because of this very, very high out-of-pocket spending, and hospitals, you know, largely being able to decide themselves how they recoup their debts, that you have this phenomenon of the hospitals almost like turning into debtors' prisons. That you know, this is, I just pulled this up actually while we were preparing. This was a story from last year, I think, of a mother detained in a hospital because she couldn't pay her fees with her young babies, and in effect was being kept hostage there because she couldn't pay. Now, believe me, this is very unusual and is a human rights abuse of a pretty spectacular nature. So I think, you know, journalists and media houses wanting to see better when it comes to healthcare, my recommendation would be to use stories like this, you know, shock tactics. You know, we did a whole report on hospital detentions and found it was most prevalent in Nigeria, Ghana, DRC, Zimbabwe, a bit Kenya, but certainly isn't, you know, the norm across sub-Saharan Africa. And sort of given your wealth with a GDP per capita of about 2,300 now, which is about the same as Bangladesh and India, this is really, really shocking. And so I think there are these opportunities to use these stories to sort of put pressure on your politicians. And just to sort of give you a few examples of, you know, of how this is done around the world, pretty much everywhere, I think that health advocates and political parties recognize how emotive health and access to healthcare is as an issue. And it really often does come to the fore around elections. We see it here that, you know, you know, we'll be coming up for an election in the UK in a year or so, and undoubtedly the faltering performance of our NHS, which I'll be up front is largely due to the underfunding by our Prime Minister Boris Johnson, is going to be a massive electoral issue. There are 7 million people on waiting lists, and the political parties will find emotive stories of little girls or elderly people not getting their operations because they're on a waiting list. It can appear a bit sort of shocking, these tactics, but if this then starts to dominate the agenda and you know, the newspapers run it more and more, then of course what this is happening is creating heat, it's creating pressure on politicians to do something about it. And what you're really looking for are politicians to acknowledge things are really terrible and say, I'm going to make this difference. You know, that I commit to changing this, maybe say abolishing the practice of hospital detentions in Nigeria. And my platform will be to increase public spending and make sure that services are free, or certainly for certain population groups. And this is a tactic that's been employed in a number of countries that have, I'd say, taken big steps to UHC. Thailand, for example, it launched its UHC reforms at the turn of the decade when its economy was in much worse shape than Nigeria's is in now. But Prime Minister Thaksin ran this very popular campaign to oust the previous government on a UHC ticket. And, you know, the media are very instrumental in helping the poor rural population realize that if they voted for this guy, then they would get free healthcare. A country that's I would say is interesting that you might want to look at is India, where for years in the world's biggest democracy, access to healthcare wasn't that big a political issue. But all of a sudden it is now, and you have the parties competing on this. Prime Minister Modi has made these big pledges to extend healthcare, you know, through a sort of hospital insurance scheme. Personally, I don't think it's working very well. But the opposition politicians now are attacking this and are introducing different schemes in their own states, and are using the media a lot to say, look what we've done in our state, people now get access to healthcare. And then in subsequent elections in other states are winning the elections now based on the word getting out that this new party is doing extremely well. So again, in Nigeria, with your federal system, you know, if there are any state governors who, you know, really are making a big thing about access to healthcare, for the media to go and have a look and you know, obviously scrutinize what they're doing. But if these services are objectively better and people are happier, to write good news stories and say, look, this can be done in Nigeria in 2022. So this UHC thing isn't just a fantasy that other countries are doing. This can be done in our country as well. And so I think these are the sort of the lessons really, to sort of try and expose bad practice and bad records, and you know, this public acknowledgement that Nigeria should be doing a lot better, but then really sort of try and reach out to the politicians and the leaders. There may be some in this room, or maybe some chiefs of staff, you know, maybe newspaper editors, have even got a view on who they would like to be the next president. It's all part of the legitimate game, you might say, of politicizing access to healthcare. And really, I think the media plays a vital role in this process. And we at Chatham House will be more than happy to help and advise on this in Nigeria, because I'm absolutely convinced that sometime in the next 5, 10, maybe 20 years, someone is going to emerge to take Nigeria from the worst performer to one of the best performers. You have the natural resources in your country to do this, and that will be a truly wonderful thing. And absolutely, the role of the media in that process will be crucial. So thanks for letting me speak there, and I'm more than happy to take 1 or 2 questions if there are any. Over.
Okay, if you have any question, please can you just raise your hand? Any question? Okay, Prof.
I know you criticize the National Health Service in United Kingdom, but it's still one of the best in the world. My question
Oh,
the
sorry,
UK
I've lost the sound.
Okay, thank you very much for your very wonderful presentation. My question is, what is the percentage of GDP that is on health?
I'm sorry if I've got the question right. So you're asking the percentage of GDP that the UK spends on health?
Yes.
Yeah. So the important figure to look out for isn't so much the total health spend, because private health expenditure is very bad value for money. The key one is the public spend, because as Gro Brundtland said, it's really only public financing that reaches UHC. So in the UK, it's about 8% of GDP, obviously a much higher GDP, is spent on the NHS. Interesting. And the point I'm making there is that the United States also spends about 8 to 9% of GDP in public spending. On top of that, it has an enormous private expenditure that achieves practically nothing, really. I mean, so much of it's spent on administration, on insurance schemes. So you get your best value for money out of the GDP, the public GDP spending. And as a rule of thumb, I would say you need to be spending 2% of GDP in public spending before you can seriously, claim to be trying to cover all the costs of the health system, which is pretty much what Thailand did in 2000, to go up to 2%. And you see so many other countries, China's another one, Malaysia, that they are now beyond 2 to 3 to 4% of GDP. So you can see that Nigeria at 0.48% of GDP, objectively, you can say it's just not really taking UHC seriously at all.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so very much. Another question for you would be, can you give us an insight as to how UK have been able to change the narrative?
Yes, definitely. And this was a dramatic change. And I think this is why elections and periods of volatility and are the key time to act. The UK's health system before the Second World War was terrible, and that my mother was sort of brought up in poverty in North Manchester, where her parents used to fight about whether they could call the doctor out because it was too expensive. And my mother sort of tells me stories about how brutal it was and how everyone was terrified of getting sick for fear that they would have to sell things, and how there was no access to any healthcare. Funnily enough, it was the Second World War that changed all that. And at the end of the Second World War, the UK was basically bankrupt. It was a post-conflict state dependent on US aid. But in a very, very bold political move, the Labour Party campaigned to bring in universal free health and education services, and succeeded very quickly in doing that. It was a remarkable achievement. And from sort of winning power in 1945, it was all up and running on the 5th of July, 1948. And as the previous speaker said, yes, indeed, it is one of the best universal health systems in the world. We're very, very proud of it. And I think the message is Nigeria could do the same thing, really, really could do the same thing. We're going through a lot of crises at the moment in terms of food crisis and the pandemic. In many respects, the surge in the oil price actually might play to Nigeria's benefit in terms of government revenues. It's at times of crisis that things like this happen. So I would very much recommend to Nigerian politicians that you too could achieve a universal health system in Nigeria if you're really serious about it and you commit the public financing to achieve it.
Rob, that's so insightful. It's everybody's business. We should be serious about it, and we should engage our government. So at this point, Chief Dr. Mrs. Mojima Kojola is going to take us on the role of media in UHC reform.
Thank you very much. First, I'd like to acknowledge the wonderful presentation made by Robert And I hope that Robert is still around. Thank you all the time for being there when we knock the door for you to share experiences with us. Thank you very much. I think for now, before we listen to the next one, because it's going to be very interactive, it's not about us talking to you, it is about you letting us know what are the pitfalls, what are the challenges as health correspondents that you go through that we know that we also would like to know so that we can engage experts who would be able to assist us going forward. So I have only one slide and I hope that slide is ready. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about all the things that particularly the last presenter has spoken about. Let's talk about all those things that they say we're not doing enough as journalists. How can we accelerate our intervention? How do we make it work? Unfortunately, I wanted to put the editor on the spot, who is Yusuf Ali, but he has a management meeting, so he's left us. But he's not here. So let's speak on behalf of the others. As a health correspondent myself, I knew that it was difficult getting my story. I worked on TV. So getting my story in the first quarter or the first 15 minutes of the newscast, except of course, if there was an epidemic or there were deaths or, horrible things happen. Even promoting best practices won't even get to the kind of audience that you would desire for people to get. But COVID came and COVID changed the dynamics. And we all now see how important it is to be ready. Emergency preparedness. How were we ready? I remember that I was locked down in England and I had to beg a brother of mine who is late now, Mike Omotosho. I heard that he had abundance of nose mask and sanitizer. And I knew that the journalists were curious to go out, but you didn't have the kits to go out. Hassan, you're here. So I begged him, I said, please, can you give us some nose mask and sanitizer so that people can go and do their work? Because people needed information more than any time at that point. And he did. May his soul rest in peace. But going forward, I want us to speak frankly to ourselves. We are here because of us, for us, by us. The issue is, what are still the problem? What is it that we need to do better as health correspondents so that we can capture the attention of the politicians? How do we go about it? What are the obstacles that you meet? Is it that they don't get ill? Or is it that they just don't care? Now, how do we make them care? How do we interact with them? Some of these questions are also for Honorable Usman. You've been there as chair. What do you think the journalists need to do better? But I would want to, I'd want some, I want this to be very interactive. So I want the journalists themselves to speak. And we have a flyabout microphone here. I know I need a volunteer journalist who would take this microphone round. Yes, I need a volunteer journalist because that would now convince us that we are truly here to learn. Thank you. And she works for radio. And by the way, she's my protege, so thank you. So let's start from you. What are the challenges? What are the frustrations that you see? For us, Because if we become as vibrant as we should be, and they see us as an important and part of health development in the country, I'm sure they'll listen to us. So we are going to take note of that. I hope our rapporteurs are doing that. Access to people who matter, whichever of the media house you belong. Thank you. I hope our men are also awake, because my women are right. Yeah, thank you very much. I particularly liked the last part of it, which is speaking to engagement and networking. You definitely don't have all it takes in terms of the experts that you need to speak to. So you need to network. And I've always said that health reports are not exclusive reports. You know, because a lot of times you are selfish about I want to break the news. But honestly, when it comes to health, it's about life, stories that you can share. Growing up in Lagos with my colleagues, the likes of Akejimo, we used to exchange stories and say, look, let's meet at Luth. Something is happening. So that we can have, we usually say that when we write about the same topic, the same time, it draws more attention. But when you make it too exclusive, you find out that that report dies because you are the only one making the noise. Except, of course, it's like COVID. And I'm sure that we don't want another COVID. Yes. There's somebody. Okay. Chair, I will come to you. Then we'll go immediately after.
I have, my own is like a comment. Like, for example, I think media people now, we have to be abreast of what is really happening. Most of us, we write good content and all that, but we are not very active on social media. Social media is a very powerful tool to target people. I remember several years back having a health reporter and all that, but I never had a Twitter handle. It was when I went for this fellowship, ICJF in Lagos. Then they asked how many of a Twitter account. That was when I opened my Twitter account. A lot of changes is going on in the social media. You might think people are not really noticing, but people are actually taking notes, tagging the right people. For example, for this meeting, I'm not sure we have a particular hashtag. Maybe we can create one and target so many. There are some people that follow your tweet. There are some people, they might not even comment. I've had instances, maybe I'll make a post. People will not even like or comment, but at the end, they will come to inbox to talk. And another thing is we have to show passion for what we do. Sometimes most media people, we always think about money. Fine, money is good and all that. But beyond that, we should try and be innovative. There are so many resources out there. There is data journalism, infographics. We can use media and short videos. There is development journalism. Everything we have is within us. You can use your phone to pass a message. You can use your phone and tag people. Someone is a friend to that legislator. Someone is a brother to that lawmaker, to that politician. They are seeing it. I was surprised, like sometimes I get people reach out to me. I don't cover women. I don't cover women as a bit, but sometimes I sit down, I write special stories. I've gone for trainings on women issues, like workshops. People will put my name because they take note of what we do. In our own corner, I would like us to make use of social media. It's very effective unless
work on it. Enough of giving excuses. We can develop ourselves, look beyond whatever is happening to us. That's my own contribution.
Thank you very much. Yes, we'll go to the back. I think that is very, very profound. Oftentimes we are all holed up in our little capsule, not ready, not ready to flex our muscles like we should do. Thank you for that insight. And going forward, I'm sure that will be one of the things that we need to adopt. Yes, at the back.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Thelma. I work with Nigeria Health Watch. Okay, for us at Nigeria Health Watch, the issue of universal health coverage has been something that we've been putting on the front burner to talk about all the time. And we're doing so with a campaign we call Vote for Health Nigeria. And we're using that campaign to, create awareness among Nigerians to say, we know you're voting for electricity, you're voting for other things that you want. How about your health? And it's so apt to see other minds here this morning who are speaking in one voice, talking about how important health is for us as Nigerians. And so I'm really happy to be here this morning. But most importantly, one of the issues that I have seen trying to create campaigns for us at Nigeria Health, especially if you go to meet the public sector, you always encounter this issue around them. You want to speak to somebody, and there's always this hierarchy, this pushback. You want to talk to this person, say, my boss is not around, I am not permitted to speak to press and all of that. You always have that struggle in terms of talking to someone. And I think that we need to change this, because if you're representing the people in that public space, I think we should remove some of this public, how do I call it, bottlenecks that stop people to accessing health information that are very critical, that we need to put out there for Nigerians. So I think if we can help, if Nigerian government and the people in charge of all of these offices can understand that people need to talk to them, and it's very important that they make information available to journalists and media people, that would really help. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I recognize you, but I recognized your chair before you, so I'll bring the microphone up. But I think that intervention is very germane. But what we need to do is, thank God for language. We need to start shaming people who won't speak to things. You should be bold enough. That's what journalism is all about. You're being bold to be able to speak to power. If you attempt to, I mean, when things, even with the military, we did, yes, we wrote at that time. And yes, if the thing is that that you are writing, and if you should have your night box near you, so that if they decide to pick you, at least you know that you have your toiletries there. But seriously, when you speak to health and the passion you display, they will now come to respect you. They would even be the one to look for you. So I think we should be bolder. Maybe we are not bold enough. We should be bolder. We should go with courage. We should go with our statistics. When I want to interview you, for example, on malnutrition, I have my facts. 2.5 million Nigerian children today die, or they are stunted as a result of malnutrition. Oga Commissioner, what are you doing about it? I have also found out from your store box that you do not have ART, or what do we call it? The alternative food therapy. You don't have it. And I hear that the ones that the development partners brought is finished because you did not contribute your counterpart funding. That's why you have, your stores empty. I'm telling you, they don't want to be embarrassed. They will speak whatever they need to speak. And then you can track them on the commitment that they've made. I think until we start doing that, and we don't follow up on stories. So because we don't follow up on it, they hide. But when you follow up like we did, I can say boldly that the Nigerian media won polio, the polio there, because we followed up, because we went to every cranny of Nigeria. Your media house is giving you. It's about the commitment you want to make, that I want to see the end of this. And, somehow God compensates you, because it's about life. And I think we should start doing this seriously. Yes, Mr. Iloy.
I want to align myself with what my colleagues, have said. It is unfortunate that, the media owners, they are not in this, the biggest problem, has to do with, if we are talking about health, and what we are discussing is about investigative, journalism, not just, reporting, events. Some, apart from the government media houses and maybe channels, maybe TVC and one or two other things. We have, journalists, who have not been paid for 6 months, 7 months, 8 months. How do you expect these people to go and, do investigative stories without compromising? This is a big problem. I don't know how we can, address this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My heart bleeds for that because that's the reality of our times. The chair, the chair here. Please start, let's on our thinking cap before we go today. How are we going to the unpaid salaries and no incentives to work? I think it's important. Thank you, Chair.
Well, we have multiple issues that I've considered here. Journalists, the most, the one, they can run around so many beats and still survive. Who covers like 4 beats, 4 major beats. He covers he covers environment, he covers economy. Now, this reporter is expected to monitor all these bits. I know investigation is not what you and to follow up. Please, for this investigation.
This mic is not working. This is the one they just pressed.
I just wanted to add the importance of leveraging on mentorship. So I learned something when I started working between media and NGO organizations. So I realized that when you sit in meetings with NGOs, there are certain informations that are not meant for media engagement. So what I took out of that is that I created a relationship with technical experts, those I can have off-record conversations about issues. You get a very good perspective of how to approach your stories. So that has really helped in how I write, different from what they said to what the issues are.
Yes, I think this is very enriching, and I today can call on for at 2 a.m. not because I have ever worked at UCH, but because one has been able to develop relationship beyond the call of duty, and he would listen to me. I can call Honorable Usman wherever he is. I want your contribution on this particular story that I'm trying to do. And they would come. Dr. Lekki, if you're still listening, I can reach him anytime, because these are relationships that have been built over the years. And there's nobody that has the power of reach like the media. Once you introduce yourself, and they know your media, and you have been able to establish some measure of credibility and integrity, you know, you'll draw people to yourself. And that's why they will ask, oh, she knows everybody. It is not that you know everybody, it is that you know people that are important to your job. And because they are always available for you, you will see that, you know, you become friends. You must grow friends, so that whether you are in NTA that is supposedly powerful with particularly the public sector, or you are the channels of today or the this day of today, you find out that in your space, you are able to attract people. It's like my protege. I'm so proud to talk to you. Yechenu, I was traveling to Lagos 3 weeks ago, and I found her at the airport. And I'm like, okay, you didn't tell mom you're traveling. She said, oh, yes. I was invited to Delta to cover a story. So outside Abuja, she has been able to carve a niche that has made her so known that she was going to Delta. Ajoma has left here. I wish you saw Ajoma of Daily Trust. We have examples here. Ajoma has won awards outside Nigeria. There was a time that she won an award and she had to travel to Spain. And the Spanish embassy was becoming too difficult. All I needed to do was take her. Oh yeah, let's go to go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We went to the ambassador on the desk that can activate the Spanish embassy. All the ambassador did was made a phone call. We have a Nigerian that has won an award, a Nigerian journalist that has won an award. And she needs to be in Spain. She needs to be in Madrid in the next, I think she had about 5 days to go. And to get a Schengen visa, you know, it takes about 2 weeks or a month. But she got that visa. She got the visa, she was able to travel. But you see, you have to go an inch beyond, in fact, a feet beyond your office. So, and
in our nation concerning health issues. We all know that having points are also, we all know that at this present in Nigeria now, the starting point of an average Nigerian person is coming. I want to eat first before any other thing. So, and again, when it comes to health issues, once we look at the areas that how the health sector is generated, and we find out that some factors are responsible for that effect. And when you want to dig into those factors, you have to do the investigation. And most of the journalists which are here, those that are young with the business, there's what we call fear, insecurity. Very important, insecurity. So when you want to go into investigation, there are some fears they have for their life and for their loved ones. And again, the real power to do it. For instance, we know that what is causing us to have a certain level of death in some communities based on corruption. And for you to dig into that, you have to have a level of confidence in yourself and the real power to drive that, to think that to be public domain. And again, when it comes to issue of that, you must have passion for it. Most journalists don't have passion when it comes to this because they interest, yes, passion interest, because they feel that I'm not going to get the video from me. Why would I want there's a entertainment, sport, politics, and how would I go to help? So these are the key areas I found out that maybe some journalists are facing challenges. And again, I want to suggest the fact that as a filmmaker, we cannot allow the possibility of public work, the power of public work, because a man's soul is taken from what he sees and what he hears. Those are the things that have power to talk up to your subconsciousness without you knowing, without your permission. And before over time, you start controlling it. I want to suggest that maybe if that is a possibility to keep into so and see how they can sponsor it in the head, because these are control people unknowingly. I see them standing or moving towards that area. So that's how I think those are the challenges that journalism are facing in the area of insecurity and
Thank you very much. I'm going to start from the last part you made about documentaries. We have this plan, but as a filmmaker yourself, you know that to be able to make a documentary that will be impactful also demands for funds. So we are looking into this seriously, but truly, you've spoken about the human factor, speaking to passion for the job and your envelope and your stomach infrastructure. It is only a healthy person that will eat, yes. Because you have fever, you even have headaches. You are not thinking of food. There are times that one is so ill that you can't even drink water. So we need to start emphasizing on such things that can help promote our health. Because until, of course, we start talking about the need for us to have healthy Nigerians who can push the dreams of this nation forward, we will not go anywhere. I know that it is difficult, but it is at workshops like this or interactive sessions like this that we have to speak the truth to ourselves. It is only because I can walk today. If I was still on crutches or when I had my problem with my legs or I'm unable to move, I'm unable to do anything. Dr. Gafar was here today because he had a health issue yesterday with his legs, but because he could access and probably pay, today is able to join us, even if he's still limping on one leg. So we need to show passion. Then we need also, there's something that Robert said, which I think is very, very important. We need to promote human factor. We have to put a human face in our story. And that's why I always preach against event journalism. It should be, yes. And sometimes you really don't have to go far. We're doing something on malnutrition in Abuja today. Last week, we were in 2 localities, the Boari and Kwali. We invited some journalists, some came, some did not. But what we saw, if you exchange views with your colleagues, will shock you. As we speak, we had to adopt a child who is 1 year old, but looks like a 3 or 6 months old child because the child is malnourished. The mother is dead. The father can't be found. The grandmother ran away from banditry to find succor in a place like Boari in the village where we went. That child was gasping for life when we took that child to the hospital. As I speak, that child is still in hospital. The child is severely malnourished. If the child is able to make it today, it is the grace of God. The hospital didn't even have a bed for the child. This child, they didn't even have, we had to buy gauze, we had to buy everything to even set a drip for the child, even methylated spirit, even cotton wool that will be used to clean up the surface so that they're not putting in infection there. So we have series of human angle stories, and I just hope, and that's what we want to do with UHC 2023. If you come to us, we're not saying we have money. Everything we are doing here is on determination from out of pocket and cap in hand. If you have genuineness of what we are doing, if you want to cover a story, if you come and tell us at the Secretariat, we're not saying we have the money, but at least we can serve you with expertise or where to go. We want to make UHC 2023 a hub that you can use, to sieve the kind of expertise that you need. So it's not just about the politicians, but it's also about us. So it's a learning process for all of us. Robert spoke about his own experience. Prof asked him some relevant questions that we also can bring back. When we do comparative analysis, it helps. There are some states in Nigeria that are doing well. The most popular states in Nigeria, Lagos and Kano, are doing some wonderful things around health security that if we ask, if we want to know, you don't even have to go to Lagos. You can meet Dr. Gafar. You can meet any of us, and we'll be able to say, if you talk to this commissioner, and make way for you to even speak to the dignitaries or the experts involved. But if you sit in the comfort of your office, we don't know what you need. So we might not be able to. If you want to talk about politics, we have the man that has been a deputy chair of House of Representatives on health. I'm sure what you saw then is still relevant today. And that's why today we have some interventions that have been made into cancer care in Nigeria. So a lot of resources abound around. It is for you to do, find the extra way which you can help to identify this. What's our time? I'm coming to you, sir. I'll still come to you. Any others? For any other journalists? Yes. Before I go to the politician in the house.
With respect to what he just said, yes, and what he actually contributed touched me a lot. The younger media personnel who are involved in healthcare being afraid, not like what he actually used, what is in here for me, it touched me. But let me bring to the notice of the media personnel here that there is a lot they can do to even make money right now with respect to what is happening in the system right now. If you go to all the 36 states, from Akwa Ibom, I don't know whether Akwa Ibom has been able to commence their state health insurance scheme. I don't know whether they have done that, but I know that all states, including FCT, has done that. As we speak, most of them are doing mobilization, sensitization, engagement of the informal sector, so that people will be able to know about the fact that there is a health insurance system within the environment to enable them to begin to now enroll into health insurance schemes. I know about some states, about 5 PSs that are looking for media personnel to help them with jingles.
Grab him.
So these are the areas media personnel can, and it is still part of it. So it is just, I like the fact that we are meeting here. So the medical people and the media people can engage and talk, and then begin to share the nitty-gritties of what they can do to bring light and also get something for the houses and for themselves as well. Thank you very much.
So he's our resource person. Thank you, Dr. Gafar, for inviting him. We'll grab him at the end of this. Let's now talk to exactly the meat of the story. How do we political will that will engine what we are discussing here today? Honorable Usman, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chief Moji. Let me start by saying, or rather echoing this last part of the conversation, media. Hard work does not really kill. I know it's not easy, but it doesn't kill. Be fashionable on health. One day, no matter what, you're going to really enjoy it. Chief Moji and so many of you here are very good living examples, models. Chief Moji she told me a lot of challenges she faced in the line of duty. Today, one way or the other, people look for her for one thing or the other, really. And to God's glory, she's comfortable. She may not be very rich, but she's comfortable. So we can always learn from that. Now, from the political perspective, this issue of citizens' weaknesses, which is maybe, do I say, as a result of the poverty level of our society, is what most political actors usually capitalize on. And I'll give you examples, because I have seen it from so many levels. At least at 3 levels. I started as a councillor, and I was 2 times chairman of my local government in Kaduna State. I was 3 times commissioner, though not in health, but education, 2 times in education, 1 as information commissioner. I recall before then I hated journalism. One reason or the other. And then God made me commissioner information. I had to be working, with them really, because I had this perspective, this nuisance people and all that really, because probably is it approach and is what have you. But the important thing is, like I said, the citizens, the generality of the people, what do they want from the political actors? Many don't care about health. They don't. Let me give you an example again. When I was privileged to occupy that position, deputy chair, and I had access to so many things, funding and what have you, I decided, because of certain personal reasons, that look, I wanted also to make an impact in the area of health in my federal constituency. And I was doing everything possible to ensure that I attract projects in health to my people. And I did that honestly. And to God's glory, I have left an indelible record for there, for people you see to see. But at a certain point in time, I recall one of the senior legislative aide, who is also my, advisor in politics, sat me down during one of our meetings. I said, Honorable, I like what you're bringing to people, but do you know that our people are not interested in all these projects, all this medicine, all this equipment you are bringing? Remember, on the day of our election, if you don't have money, we will not come back. He sounded this warning to me not less than 3 times. At any opportunity he gets, he sounded. But I'll tell him, look, I will tell him honorable, because he was also a former. I said, don't worry. If it's the will of God, we're going to really win. But I should really utilize the opportunity I had to make an impact, to improve on the health outcome of our people. And as God will have it, that was what happened. During election, the people came with their expectations. I should, for instance, supply all those who will elect me with motorcycle, 1 motorcycle, and huge sum of money before they could really elect me. And I said I didn't have that. I recall Governor Eripai was with the former Minister of Health. They were all in my constituency. One of the largest things I had then was all the federal heads of parastatals in my local government. Eripai said, Honorable, I'm so happy that you are not taking your money to Europe. You are spending all that you are getting here. And he pleaded one way or the other that people should ensure they bring me back for a second term to continue with the good work. Like I said, never happened. So you see, that's why I said one way or the other, the citizens, all of us are involved because we don't care. Somebody who is performing, you don't care about that. You care about your money. And let me tell you, in all these positions I held for over 20 years, what have you, the first people I will even quarrel with are members of my family. Everybody is interested in what he will get from me. Today, people are, in fact, my immediate family are not happy with me. Do you know why? Because I refuse to contest so that I will be a, what's it called, so that they will continue to be getting their own share. That's the mentality of our people everywhere, I'm telling you. And that's why the politician will catch on that. They will save money, they will whatever, because when they give, they will whatever. Nobody asks them questions. They are not accountable to anybody because they know once they have that money, nobody can trust them. So I like this engagement. We must enlighten, create awareness of our people on some of these things, really. We must change completely one way or the other. As honestly, there's no way we can make that progress. If we continue to look at, and that is really the whole thing. You want somebody to get a ministerial position, an ED in whatever, not for him, to improve on either health sector or education, whatever, but for that to serve as an avenue for you to also get your own share. Honestly, majority of us are like that. When I talk, people don't really like what I say, but that's really the truth. I have seen it from all levels, really. So at the end of the day, it's your conscience. One day, even if we are not accountable in this world, we will be accountable to God, who will die. And when we will die, whatever you do, you will account to God. If you do good, you enter paradise. If you do bad, you enter hell. Of course. So, but let's change this thing that we created. It's a very good opportunity that things should be done differently in 2023 at all levels. And that's why I say, reporters, the governors, the legislatures, the senators, what do they have to offer? Educate also the citizens, on this important thing. The 5,000 they will give you, whatever, it will finish. Within 1 day, 2 days, it's gone. So we must enlighten. In fact, media, I sympathize. You have a critical role, you see, to play. And the government, let me say, is happy that the citizens don't know. And even you, because from some of the questions you see asked, there is this paucity of knowledge among even the media. So one of the suggestions, Moji, I want to make is that on a quarterly basis between now and the 2023 election, please let's be having this sort of, you see, discussion among the media. It will help greatly. It will help greatly. And when we're doing it, engage media from the states also, you see, to come in or write stories and pass to your correspondent at the state level, so that whatever you're doing at the national level should be replicated at the state level. So each and every one of us should be engaged, should participate in this revolutionary process of changing our society for the better. Thank you, and may God bless us all.
Very much. Thank you so very much. Well said. Another round of applause. Okay. Let me speak the broken English that I have. We get job good where we go do plenty job. And I know that, especially cascading what you've learned to the state level, we are going to be approaching a lot of people. And Honorable Usman, you are please going to chair that committee for us. Yes, please, I beg, so that we can start cascading this knowledge to, and of course, embracing our other colleagues at the state level. Because what we are talking to here is what we want to happen all over Nigeria. And if they don't know what is happening in the rest part of the country, then we can't all be on the same page. So it will be a movement, and that's why we made sure that we invited the NUJ president and also invited the representative of the Nigerian Guild of Editors, who are the gatekeepers. I think we will move forward to invite media owners. Thank God we have some powerful people here who have identified with the dreams and aspirations of UHC 2023. We'll be reaching out to ourselves and see how we can do this. Even if we can't take it state by state, we can start designating maybe zones where we can get this done. And I'm sure it's doable. Can we? Can we? No, that's not it. Can we? Thank you. I would now like to call on my limping brother, who is going to limp here to join me for some of the very last aspect of what we are doing today. And I hope that Prof is not leaving. Okay, thank you. What we are going to do now, it's so germane to all that we've been able to say here today and adopting it as part of our major outcomes. Please come. I'm waiting for you. Yes. Please welcome again my limping brother. Thank you for this sacrifice.
All right. Thank you very much, Ma. You know, one interesting thing about health is that you cannot pretend about it. You cannot pretend you are healthy when you are not. I wanted to pretend that I was not limping, but it wasn't very, very easy to do. Okay, so what we'll be doing now, as we are gradually coming to the end of the program, so a couple of things more to do. Like Auntie Moji said earlier on, if you look at your pack, we have this document which is called Citizen-Led Health Agenda that has been developed by the UHC 2023 Forum. I'll be taking us through it. It's going to be a very, very important document for us. And after which we are going to officially launch it. And come here, show it that I'm part of the process. And then the last thing that my sister and colleague will be helping us to do, Juliana, is to obtain commitment from media houses here Probably initially it was meant to be a group work, but it could just be a plenary where we obtain commitment from the print, electronic, and new media to tell us this is what I want to do to advance the agenda. Can somebody show the slide quickly? So why we are trying to get the technology right, what we have done as part of the roadmap for putting health on the political front burner ahead of 2023 election was to develop, to articulate an agenda. If you say the political class is not putting health on the political front burner, what exactly do you want them to put on the political front burner? And for us to be very, very clear about it. And that is why we developed this agenda. And it was through a participatory process. I remember we all assembled sometimes in March, including the media, including representatives of political parties, when we came together and said, what should we prioritize? What should be, how should the health landscape look after the 4 years of the next political dispensation? And to achieve that, what should be the major strategic shifts? But Einstein said, insanity is when you continue to do something in a certain way and you expect a different result. So what do you want to do differently? So we came together in March and we had a workshop. We discussed extensively, a lot of brainstorming happened in terms of what the target should be and what the strategic shift should look like. That's the background. Next slide. So this is talking about UAC 2023 from next slide, please. Yeah, next slide. Okay, so this is the citizen-led health agenda. Next slide. Next slide, please. Move on, move on, move on. So now we are talking about what should the result look like? All of us have talked extensively about what we don't like about the Nigerian health system landscape. And the question is that how do we want it to be? How do we want the landscape to be? So what is the outcome? What is the result of our engagement? If we have really engaged well, what should have changed and what change do we want to see? So can we see this very clearly? If you can't see it clearly, we can actually open our agenda, the documents there. We'll see all those parameters. So in terms of what results should look like, there are a number of areas where we've articulated thoughts. One is on universal health coverage. We look at indicator, where are we now? We look at what is the baseline. We look at the target everything's around 2027. And the thinking is that if we add a new dispensation from 2023, if we have really engaged very well, what should change? Take for instance, so we are looking at only about 5 to 10% of Nigeria are covered by any form of health insurance. So if you have done very, very well, if you have engaged the political class and everything, and ensuring that policies are implemented, we want that to increase to at least minimum of 35%. Other indicators that I would not be reading one after the others are there. I seriously encourage all of us, please, to familiarize ourselves with the content of this document and to look at what the baseline where are we, and then even the percentage of government budget that is being spent on health. Then looking at another area is the primary health care, where we look at, like I said, like I showed there, only like 43% of delivery in Nigeria are attended to by stillbirth attendant. So we want that to increase to 80% by the year 2027 as a movement, so that we saw it happening. In the area of demographic dividend, we have a set of indicators. The higher level of care is not left out. So we've discussed extensively about kidney transplant that is not accessible, cancer care that is not accessible. There are not a lot of cancer patients in Nigeria, even transporting themselves to the centers, because there are only 6 or 7 comprehensive centers in Nigeria. You understand? So we want that to change. Nigerians are spending like $1 billion every year on medical tourism. We want that to change as much as possible, and we even have targets there in terms of medical tourism as part of. Then health security is part of it. One of the main things that we are looking at health security is that in the next 4 years, before then, we should have reached 60% in terms of our joint external score. That's JEE. Presently, we are only at 46%. And then again, in terms of nutrition, percentage of children under 5 who are stunted is 37%. We want it to be less than 20% as much as possible. Then those are the key result areas that we have described. So that if we want what should change in terms of data, we have it. And this is done through a very, very extensive and robust participatory process. Other aspect of the agenda is the area of strategic shift. And I think this is very, very important as well. And all of us to show interest in understanding this. So if you want to achieve all those transformation, ensuring that almost half of Nigeria are covered by health insurance, improve government spending, expanding access to maternal and child services, improve nutrition, health security. We cannot continue to do things the same way. What are the area of strategic shifts? So the number one area of strategic shift that we identify is in the area of policy and resource optimization. You agree with me that whether we like it or not, Nigerian government is already spending money. We have health workers, we have equipment, but are we getting the best out of the resources that we are spending on health? And then out of existing policy. You know, the like of Professor Ladipo and others, Honorable Usman and some of us in the House, did a very great job to ensure the National Health Act is passed into law. Now, in the National Health Act, the only thing we are discussing there is basic care provision fund. There are other very important provisions in the National Health Act. One of such provisions, I don't know, it will be news to some of us in the House, is what they call certificate of standard. That describe that for you to operate as a medical facility in Nigeria, you must be able to, you must obtain a certificate of standard. And before you get that, you must have necessary equipment, human resource, and standard of quality, which if you don't have, you are operating illegally. And somebody said, perhaps all the health facilities in Nigeria are operating illegally because they don't have the certificate of standard. Another important provision in the law is that the Honorable Minister should present annual state of the health report by law. It is there that on yearly basis, we should present this report. This is the status of the health system in Nigeria. This is the status of the investment in terms of resources, in terms of policy implemented, in terms of results we obtain, which will form the basis for the stakeholders to hold the government accountable. But there are a lot of policy frameworks that are not being implemented. And that is part of what we want to change in the next dispensation. The money that we are spending, how do we get best out of the money? The human resource for health that we are spending, and that we are spending money on, are we getting the best out of human resource for health? There are instances we like complaining too much that we don't have health workers. Some people do the assessment of when we are doing actively doing midwifery service scheme, for instance. So you post 4 midwives in the health facilities, 4 midwives, you are paying them. But at the same time, at the end of the day, the number of deliveries in that particular facility is not more than 5 or 10 in a month. And the question is that 4 midwives, how many deliveries? And when you now pro further, you discover that those 4 midwives that are paying, they're actually not staying there. So the money that you are spending, there are a lot of issues. So we want all those things to change in terms of resource and policy optimization. That's number one. Number 2 area of change that I want to look at is in area of sustainable financing and strategic investment. Sustainable financing in terms of what the traditional sources of funding that government is already spending, and the new area of funding, like a lot of possibility. We just saw the National Health Insurance Authority introducing Vulnerable Group Fund. We have the non-alcoholic beverage tax that was introduced the other time, but the budget office said they are not going to earmark it for health. They will collect it, but they are not going to give it to health. So those are the areas we look into. where with the additional, if we have settled the issue of even the little one we are getting, how do we get best out of it? But we need additional money. So all those things are detailed in this document. Please, I want all of us to familiarize it. We deliberately make the document very short because we know in Nigeria it's very difficult to read. So we made it very, very, very brief as much as possible. And again, another area is the raising the accountability bar. That's the number 3 area. How do we ensure that we raise the accountability bar? And some of those things that we are pushing for is one, how do we ensuring that government is actually reporting on health in terms of there is a legal provision for annual state of health report, so that if the media is there and asking, Honorable Minister, when are we getting the annual state of the health report for this year? When is it coming out? And when we get to interrogate it, form the basis for saying, how are we performing and others and other things. The role of the media is very important, civil society and others. Other area is citizen engagement. Prof spoke extensively about the need for us to ensure that the citizens are very, very engaged. For them, the issue I like is a new word that entered my lexicon today: health literacy. Very, very important. It's very interesting that I'm more conversant with financial literacy than health literacy. So no, now that I will continue to use health literacy to increase our knowledge of health, because at times the medical practitioner, the expert, they only talk to themselves. They're not talking to the citizen. What they know, the member of the citizen don't understand. So, as you expect them to demand for something, because there's a gap in the understanding, they are not able to demand for certain things. How do we, as part of the health agenda, we want the government to actually invest in this area? And the number 5 area, that's second to the last, is on strengthening the capacity of health institutions at all levels. You agree with me that you cannot expect an 18th century institution to deliver a 21st century development agenda. It's not possible. The same way we have, outside the health sector, the same way we have an 18th century graduate that is looking for a job in the 21st century market. It's the same way we have institutions that fit the 18th century context that are operating in the 21st century. Imagine a ministry, department, and agency where the directors are not even using computer. You wonder that what exactly are we talking about? Why there's even no, if you go to even some ministry, even at national level, Abuja here, there's even no power supply. And I was wondering that what is going to be the quality of output from that. So one area we are looking at for government to invest in what, and when I say health institution, I don't mean only hospitals. I mean regulatory, administrative, and service providers. So how do we get the best in terms of having a 21st century institution across the board is another area that we are looking at. And then the last one, which all of us know, but nobody discusses it, is okay. Now, available evidence suggests that half of the progress during MDG progress in terms of reduction in the maternal death, under 5 death, half of the reductions in death are attributable to interventions outside the health sector. They are attributable to intervention in terms of improvement in education, in terms of improvement in nutrition, in terms of improvement in water, hygiene, and sanitation. Half of those things. But unfortunately, those of us in the health sector hardly talk to people outside the health sector. And this is what we know, but we don't do. Now, multisectoral engagement is very, very important. So this forum wants to foster and promote multisectoral collaboration, and perhaps looking at the lens of the human capital development as much as possible. So if we are planning in health, to what extent are we discussing with people in education? To what extent are we discussing with people in nutrition that are doing poverty reduction? water. Just imagine a woman was telling me the other time that our daughter or our children, they've never had diarrhea. I know, madam, do you know why? Perhaps you are staying in the house that has 24 hours water supply. And then you have, in terms of sewage disposal, you use water closet, toilet, and all those stuff. And perhaps in your toilet, you have hand washing items and everything. How will your children get diarrhea? But that's a luxury in Nigerian context today. A lot of people, available statistics, they just did the WASH norm that shows that what is the percentage of Nigeria that have access to this. So that's why we are actually fostering this multisectoral engagement as much as possible. So I would like to encourage each and every one of us to please familiarize with this. The secretariat will be sharing the soft copy. And then I would like to appreciate different individuals and organizations. You can see several logos there. A lot of organizations came together to try as much as possible to articulate at least. So I think the next thing we are going to do, and Moji, please, you need to come and anchor it. We want to officially launch this document that ahead of 2023 general election, this is the citizen-led agenda document that we want to use to engage the political class and everybody to ensure that the content is actually contained in the party manifestos and form the basis for reforming the health going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. What this speaks to is accountability and transparency. What we found out with the last engagement is what our technical, should I say, partners have been able to put together. So you can look through it, especially for my colleagues. I think it's a very useful document going forward, especially reporting, or even when you want to do features on what UHC 2023 is doing. This is like a track record. And I want to say that everybody must have a copy. First, let's know if everybody has a copy. Can you lift up your copy if you have one? If Robert is still there, we'll send you an e-copy. Right, we need to send to our partner in England. So what we'll do now, may I please invite our oldest and wisest, energetic and still going strong by the special grace of God, to ask him, alongside with Honorable Usman as the chief health advocates in our country today, to please step out. Our chairman of Association of Health Correspondents too will step out, but I don't want to call him Prof. Bami. Please help us launch this. Thank you. And all of us with our copies will come up here. We are going to stand up for Nigeria's improved health. Can we please come up? Please come out. If you don't know, you must be able to speak to it. Please. John, can you help take the picture? Yes. Give it to him. Yes, what yeah.
We're ready now. To God be the glory. Let me commend all those who participated in articulating this very important document, Citizen-Led Health Agenda program that we hope will be very, very useful in crafting the manifestos of all political parties. Health is wealth. A healthy nation is a rich nation. We need a healthy population to be creative, innovative, and health and education are known to be the twin engines of growth, development, and peace. It is my pleasure to join all those who are here today for the launch of this very important document. To all, you have all copies? Yes, yes.
Sit up a bit. Commitment.
Thank you, everyone. We've almost, we are at the tail end of the event. So please let's reconvene. I'm sure that's work, right? Just from your seats to the front for the launch has energized you a bit. So thank you, sir. Thank you, Honorable Usman, everyone who is contributed here today. We've had rich conversations. My name is Juliana Abudi Aribo, and I work with Lizdell. So we've had rich conversations so far, right? We've talked about the what the issues are generally, and as Honorable Usman said, we need to start to think about what difference we can make and what we can do differently. A lot of us have been reporting for years, right? And I'm sure you know better than the technocrats in quote, what the native issues are beyond what we see on the surface, right? And so we need to start to think about innovative as media, both print, electronic, and new media. And that's one of the reasons why we are here today. How we know, not even think now, how we know that those issues can be addressed and resolved. As we go into the new dispensation, I would say view it as we are starting afresh on a clean slate. So instead of the usual complaints that the policymakers are not implementing policies, the political parties don't know, or health is not on their agenda, electorates like us, maybe we don't really understand what we should be looking for, right? But we have this document now for reference. How are we going to start to engage with these institutions that we all have been talking about? What innovative ways, what commitments can we make as those who write for newspapers and journals and other peer review structures, and also for the TVs, for the radio, online? What commitments can we make to a different approach that will ensure that as we begin to hear campaigns coming in the forthcoming electioneering dispensation, right, that health is at the top of the agenda? And I know that we know why health should be there. I'm sure we know about human capital development. A lot of us were part of the workshop that we had last year on human capital development and how health or the lack of it can affect productivity and ultimately the well-being of a nation, right? And the GDP and all of that. So that's what this session, that's what it's about. We have to think critically and look inwards and say, as a media person, as a journalist in public health, what haven't I done before that this time I can do? How can I better engage the electorate, the governors, the president, the House of the legislators, right? To make sure that those indices start to come down. The floor is open.
Quickly make my commitment before I take my leave. From the example I cited, what I saw yesterday, I think apart from engaging these leaders and these lawmakers at various, we can begin to bring to the fore those unpleasant situations around them. Yes. Around, near, close to them, just keep bringing them up, looking at the hospitals close to them, then exposing the ills. I think when they see these things, they'll be able to be moved to think serious. This is what, yes, this is what they've not been seeing much, but even if they've been seeing it, let's keep pushing it. Yes, this is what I think I can. I keep writing about it. Keep deliberately looking for such issues and then bring them to the fore consistently.
Okay, please. So that's commitment number one. Do we agree with it? So?
Okay, so for me, Auntie Moju mentioned something and said, sorry. My name is Yechenu Sasetu. I work with Kiss FM. Auntie Moju mentioned something about we talking about health in seclusion. I think that's one of the areas that I haven't really looked at, collaborating with other reporters or other journalists in my organization that cover other sectors of the economy. So I think this is something I'm going to go look at now, especially our political correspondent, where she has access to all those people that I would like to bring on my show or talk to for interviews and all of that. I think that's one of the things that we'll look at them and then see how we can build programs around all these issues.
Other policies and reporting, researching against it and reporting on it. Okay, that's Yeshenu's commitment. Thank you, sir. Any other commitments? Make a commitment.
Well, I wasn't really a person, but through the encouragement of Auntie Moji, so I developed interest in health, and NGOs. So I will look into Sunday Oyinloye, the publisher of Green Savannah Diplomatic Cable, will begin to look at the areas where we are getting our health delivery system wrong, and I begin to I'm on this for about almost 2 months. I've been, raising consciousness of people about the ASU, strike, the need for, for our students to go back to school so that they don't cause, problems for our, leaders, even when we elect new set of leaders in 2023. So I begin to also do this, for, our health services. I begin to point out where we have problems, naming and probably shaming, those who are responsible. Yes, I'm not, I'm not working with the government, so I have the, the liberty to write as long as, I'm writing facts. Whatever I want to do, I will do it, to the best of my conscience. Thank you.
But I have a comment. Would naming and shaming them do much? I think we've been doing that for a while. And I think we need more strategic approaches to engaging them. Otherwise, they will blank out and they will fence you off.
Thank you. My name is Christine Eme. I'm a public health advocate. I would like to engage the media team of the presidential aspirants and also the governorship aspirants to share this citizen-led health agenda with them. Because I believe that if they get to know it, they will be able to share it with their principal. Thank you.
Exactly, really very important. But I think beyond just sharing them, because if you show me, I might just okay. So so beyond sharing, you have to now go deeper to maybe even sitting with them to say, let me explain a few of those things to you. If you have access to them like that, right? I think it would help. Let them just open it in front of you and read through a few of them and say, what do you think about this, sir? Right? How can we, if it's before the elections, for instance, how can you build on this? How can we help you integrate it with the rest of your agenda so that it's not as if it's standing alone or as if we're only pushing for health, but that we how they are all interrelated. We are winning on this side though. One more over to that side. Although Dr. Gafar said only 3.
Okay, my name is Bukola Afeni. I work in an online paper. Okay, what I'll do after this meeting is to try and write more stories in the area of reaching out to our leaders regarding 2023. Then maybe talk with some of my colleagues like Aisha that covers the legislative arm to see if I can talk to some of the policymakers. Then secondly, I'll try and do a Twitter space and possibly invite some of the people that are here, my colleagues, so they will talk about it. By that, driving conversation around this particular engagement.
Thank you very much, Caroline. Buki, sorry, why did I say Caroline? Okay, so, but how will you track? Yes, so for instance, Twitter conversation, how would you track to ensure that those that you want to hear or to know will be there? How will you boost your audience?
I'll do, like, I know some of my colleagues do Twitter space, like chat on particular issues. So what they do, sometimes they tag maybe some of the close associates of those in that particular area. For example, I have a colleague that covers NAS and she's my former colleague. So on our own, like twice in a week, she talks about political awareness. It's just our own way of talking. So sometimes she covers the NAS too. She invites some of them, though not all of them come. Then some of our colleagues too. Then we help her share to people. Then some of them can listen to it later. You can send it if you have their contact. They may listen to part of it. You never can tell. just creating your own awareness, sensitization in your own way. People get to hear some of those. So it's, to me, I might not be able to, how would I say, but you keep doing the area of behavioral communication. So it creates impact at the.
Very good. But we also need to give an element of being sure, right, about the target. And that's how we'll do things differently. For instance, during COVID and with the unfortunate death of some of our top leaders, a lot of attention was called to the fact that our primary health facilities were not doing well, right? Now, we can start from now. There's a lot that's going on around us that's linked to health. I'm sure you've heard of the organ matter. I don't know whether it's harvesting. I didn't say that. But I mean, it's all over the news and it's also linked to health. So what are the issues, right? That happened in the UK. Why did they have to move? And it starts to call attention to a lot of things. There's regulation, like Dr. Gafar had talked about. So it's not, there are a lot of factors that now take you to the health proper. There's administration, there's regulation. Who is keeping tab? The National Health Act is only the money bit that we are looking at. What about the others? How do they affect our everyday existence? You know?
Aisha Obali, I report for NTA. My own commitment will be seeing candidates what is in their manifestos for health. Like recently, I was able to interview Peter Obi. If I had the opportunity of this workshop, I would have asked him, what is his plan for health? Because I asked him on security. So I think I will do my jurisdiction first. The candidates, what are your plans for health? Then I will keep track. By the time they eventually come to power and they are not able to fulfill those promises, I will, like Madam Moji said, we don't do follow-up stories. So I'll follow up on that. You've not done this, I've not done. And if we keep writing and following them up, probably they could do something. Yes.
True. So how also do we get, because a lot of them, our BAT said, it is my turn. When we asked, no, he's my favorite, so let me not. But he said, it's my turn. Like I'm the one saying it for the first time. So you guys should have asked, what does it mean to, when you say it's my turn, what does it mean, sir? Break it down for us to understand what it means in terms of health, education, security. Okay, next.
My name is Ndidi Chukwu. I write blogs. I want to do an analysis of the 3 key presidential aspirants and look at what they have as health agenda, and then link it to the issues we have discussed here and where Nigeria is at the moment.
So we really need to document it because it's so well put together. And like I was saying, some of them may not even have the technical expertise or have people around them that would help them couch, right, or iterate what should be in their manifesto. So this kind of information, how do we get this information to them? Fingertip. Were you raising your hand, sir? Any more commitments? Okay. Do we think we have enough commitments to achieve what is necessary now with a very interesting dispensation that we are going into? A lot is already playing out. Senators engaging governors, APC refusing to mention their vice presidential nominee, Peter Obi, PVC. I think we've done, the commitments are great, honestly. And one thing about making a commitment is that once you start and you start to research and delve deeper, a lot more issues crop up. And that's why it's so important for us to keep having these kind of meetings to strategize, evaluate what we've been able to achieve, and then strategize on, okay, maybe that approach didn't work. So what's the next best approach? Or like reaching out to your networks to say, I want to get these documents to Bart. How can who is around him? It might be his cleaner. You never know. So when we are thinking, let's not think too highly. Let's conduct that political economy, basic around them. Who can get me to him? Is it his cleaner? Is it his cook? Or who? It may serve here. I may be related to Atiku, you never know. All right, Dr. Gaffer, I think that would be a wrap. We agree. Ayo, can we read out the commitments, please? Thank you.
Okay, so let me start with this one. Can't really read this one, but a person committed that he will collaborate with other reporters, especially political correspondents, to sort of polarize the news about the health issues and not make them too exclusive so that the news don't die out, like Auntie Moji mentioned earlier. Then another commitment is to further highlight health systems problems and sort of name and shame the responsible actors. Then another person committed to share the health agenda with the media team of political aspirants and to follow up with them to make sure that they actually see what is in there and they engage the political aspirants with the health agenda. Then also to write more stories on health and hold a Twitter space on the health agenda to publicize it more. Also to engage other media colleagues that have access to policy and lawmakers. Media correspondents that sort of work with the National Assembly and other policymakers. Then to, when media correspondents sit down to engage, to interview political actors, to ask them for their health manifestos, and also beyond that, when they get into office, to make follow-up stories, to check on how they are fulfilling those plans for health. And the last one is to do an analysis of the health agenda of the three key presidential aspirants to see what they have for health and how much it aligns with this. Thank you very much.
On a lighter mode, maybe, we have omitted a very important constituency, the wives or girlfriends of these aspirants. They are very powerful, and I call it pillow talk. You know, the Lagos State has been able to allocate more than 12% of their annual budget to health sector, primarily because the wife is an activist herself and a medical personnel, but the wives can do a lot. For example, Ashiwaju himself, we are engaging the daughter, so he's a member of the National Advocates for Health, and hopefully through that pathway, you know, we can influence his thinking on health.
So thank you very much, Prof. That is very, very helpful, sir, and taking note of that. So please, this commitment is very, very important. So what I would like to add that let's know who is giving that commitment, their contact, the phone number, emails, and everything. Okay, noted already, so that we'll be able to track. Okay, great.
Okay, thank you everyone for your commitments.
Well, we are about to get to what in journalism we call item 7. It has been a wonderful evening, a wonderful day. To acknowledge it's online. Thank you very much for being part of this historic day. I'm sure we would have wanted your voice or voices, but going on, we know this is a continuum. We hope to continue to hear from you. Thank you for staying on. And for the participants who are physical, I do hope that you would work on your stories so that we can hit the waves and let the politicians know that we're going to be doing things differently, and no amount of rice, of sugar, no amount of brown envelope can dissuade us from getting to the promised land. I also want to thank Dr. Charles. You were here the last time, and thank you for the promise of some measure of getting things done. We do hope that you have a link with you, and I think it's important to have your details so that we can get ourselves together. Again, I'd like to thank the NUJ for being part of this. They're not here now, but the president was here earlier on. Thank the Nigerian Guild of Editors, who was ably represented by Yusuf Ali. Thank the UHC members. It is a voluntary organization, it's the coalition for moving health forward. I want to thank all of you, too numerous to start individually, but I'll call you here. We have Global Health Advocacy Incubator, HSCI, DGI Consult, African Health Budget Network, National Advocates for Health, Farmer Access, Christian Aid, Dell, Nigeria Health Watch, Development Governance International Foundation, CAAID, HP Plus, One, and of course, the Nigerian Governors Forum, who made this possible. Thank you very much. I also want to, in a very special way, recognize and thank Honorable Usman. Thank you for your time always. We pray we are not, well, unfortunately, you didn't contest this time, but we do hope that when in the scheme of things, if your party wins at the presidential level, I'm sure that you would be a good material as a minister. So we'll pray for you. We please ask that that fire in you that is burning will continue to burn. I also like to thank my friend, she's a food security expert from the University of Calabar. Thank you very much. I just gave her the news and she came voluntarily. We didn't pay for her to come. She came on her own. Finally, Bami, thank you so much. Prof, thank you so much. Agbanyoni Baje, we thank you for all that you do all the time, and you do it voluntarily. It was here even before the participants whom we invited, for which we set the stage, came. We thank you so much, sir. Your wisdom will not wither, and I know that God, who is able to make everything possible, will ensure that you see the light in your time of an improved healthcare delivery service in Nigeria. Thank you, sir. For my co-chair, Dr. Gafar, his office is the secretariat. And well, if we're going to be talking about telephone bills, I don't know how much we can really pay you. Thank you for those mornings that I wake you up. We start discussion sometimes at 5:30. Yes. And thank you for my sleep that you disturb. Thank you, Juliana, for reminding. But that is the way we work. That's the way we roll. You find out that we're working, doing our own thing, and also doing UHC 2023 because of the commitment that we have. Before we go, we have a dream, and that dream will materialize. I'm today standing before you, a proud fellow of the Centers for Disease Control in America. We want to replicate it here, and it is doable. And we have people in the academia that will make this work. That today is a takeaway that we want you to include in your reports. That UHC 2023 will set up a certified course that will give us in-depth understanding so that you can stand on the stage, on the global stage, and be able to defend that this is what it's all about and this is the way to go after it. This is our dream. That's why for us, UHC 2023 is just a springboard that will bring reality to the best in terms of integrating media in healthcare delivery service in Nigeria. Do you share this dream with us? If you share the dreams with us and you want to collaborate with us in any way, let's hear from you. We'll be reaching out to you. We'll have a pool of resources, human and other social needs, to ensure that we push forward this before the end of this year. Having said that, thank you everyone. Thank you for staying through. For those who are still here, I'm sure some tickets is going round. Please enjoy the food, eat well, eat plenty, but eat healthy. We'll see you soon. God bless you. Thank you.